Here, we're equal. I want it to be equalized. No, you don't. When any one of you got a babysitter tonight, how many of you picked a dude?
Nobody.
None of you. Not because you're sexist, but because you're not dumb. Because the baby would fall off the balcony and you'd be like, why was the baby on the balcony? He's like, I don't know, I came out to smoke. And you're like,
These feminists said,
What were his first words? We'd rather not say. And for the record, they were taken out of context, okay? Babies look racist, though, right? They're skinheads, they're not educated. They're cranky, and they don't have any teeth, so...
That's a weird comparison, in my opinion.
We have African migrants this time. Everybody's like, oh, they're coming for our jobs. And I'm like, they're black. They're not coming for our jobs.
Okay.
We've got an obesity epidemic. They're coming for our fat white women.
Look at this guy getting offended and leaving. Sad.
You don't see homeless Asian people. You don't see that. That's right. You don't do like, hey, listen, man, can you help out a brother? You know? Give me some Bitcoin, you know, a little bit, Bitcoin. Not the whole coin, you know, some of the coin. Hey, listen, man, could you give me $100,000 to I finish medical school and then I'm good. Then I don't need no more help, I'm good.
This guy makes a great point. No homeless Asian, they are just so hardworking.
What helps racism? Good food, right? You can't be racist when you're eating good food. It's impossible. Jews, smoked fish. Black people, soul food. That's why gays need their own cuisine. Right? It'd be way harder to be homophobic if you're like, dude, you want to order in some gay? You'd be like, I don't know, that stuff tears my ass apart.
Okay, I was not expecting that one at all.
I don't think that you can get rid of mental illness, and I don't think the answer is to ban guns. We need to ban schools.
Good one.
You can't shoot up a place if it doesn't exist. We've been going after the wrong noun. And you're like, Drew, that seems insane. Well, does it? Because no one was in school last year and fucking none happened. Ban those places too. I'm an introvert. I don't give a shit.
Now, that's one way to solve the problem.
I love America. You don't like America? Why not? All right, well, look at your hat. You literally have the juice bag hat on. But you legitimately don't like America because what? They're stupid? And what do you do for a living? What do you do? Yeah, it does. You can't just call an entire country stupid when you have that stupid hat on. And then you don't even know what you do for a living. This is the problem. And I don't even know if you're left, but I'm just saying that America forever has had our back and we had their back, and then all of a sudden Trump got in and we had all the loser, pussy, retard, fags in. And
Wow.
they do not know how to negotiate with a superpower that is not woke.
Exactly.
And the reality is that there's no place on earth that became woke and got better. Not one. She couldn't handle it.
These woke like cheese, they just got triggered way too easily.
Tesla protesters are scratching other Teslas that are owned 95% by Democrats.
like, f*** you for being on the same side as me. Asshole, agreeing with me on everything. F*** off.
What are these Democrats? They're not thinking. That's like taking some dog shit, putting it in a paper bag, lighting it on fire, stomping on it yourself. Like, I'll show you. Oh, fuck.
Wow, that's a great comparison. You get enough from Schneider. He's always on point.
So many people here. We have white people for Trump, and we have, frankly, maybe a Mexican guy, I can't tell, is gonna He's got a tight goatee. He's got the goatee so tight. This is maybe a guy, maybe, frankly, could be gender fluid. They call it fluid. They call it fluid. We can't even say. I can't say. He could go either way. Look at him. He could go either way. It's maybe, I think, a black person here. We're giving her opportunities. Look at her. Look at these right next to the camera. She's famous. We're making her famous. We're making her so famous. Before I was president, black people probably couldn't even walk. Do you remember that? They couldn't walk. They couldn't speak English, and now they're doing such great things. They're doing great things under my... And they weren't doing so good before. You know, she knows how to do it. She knows.
Isla Fisher, he's got one of the best Trump impressions out there. I love it.
Have you noticed we've actually mostly eradicated the non-binary epidemic? Almost. It was like polio. Except instead of vaccines, we got GLP-1s. You can't be not fat and non-binary. That's just how it works. All these fat non-binary chicks just reverted to being straight white girls with no personality. We do still have trans people, though. I still see them because Ozempic cured obesity, not mental illness. So
I know some people are gonna get offended by this, but honestly, this is exactly that kind of comedy.
Remember when I moved here, everyone's like, why would you move to America? What are you, crazy? Like, Americans are like spoiled rich kids a little bit, where like everyone from every country is like, we want to come to your house, you have a pool and a trampoline, and you're like, you don't get it, my dad's a Nazi! Which I didn't really believe. Everyone was like, oh, there's all these Nazis here, which I didn't believe till they started locking up all the Jews, right? Epstein got locked up. Weinstein got locked up. Anthony Weiner's behind bars. Who the fuck's next? Adam Sandler? Not on my watch.
Sometimes these guys go way too far, I swear.
All the Democrats say America's the most racist country in the world. So they say it's the most racist country in the world. But everybody wants to fucking live here. Do they not know? Maybe we should tell them. So they don't fucking come. But it is weird that liberals are they're the ones being like, America's the most racist country on earth. Also, open borders, come on in. We want you to experience it for yourself.
It's true.
We want you to see what we've built here. And then Republicans are like, we are not racist at all. We are the least racist country on earth. But do not fucking come here.
Okay. That's a great setup for a great joke.
Shout out a country or a race, I'll tell you why we should hate them as a joke. Albanian, white Muslims. Ooh. Don't trick me! South Africa. I actually like what they're doing. In the past, pre-1992, yeah. Not anymore. I think they got a little woke now. Are you from South Africa? That's amazing. What side were your family on? I know. We can change. We are not our parents. He's Dutch. Oh, you're poor. You're poor. Afrikaan. I love that. That's so bold of them. The white people moved there and they said, we're Afrikaans. No, we're the Afrikaans. You're the Africans.
Okay, this guy is good. He's really good roasting everybody.
I'm excited for 4th of July, mainly because it's the only day in your year that you say the date that way around. Because you go July 1st, July 2nd, July 3rd, 4th of July, July 5th. And that makes me feel quite comfortable, because in England, that's how we say the date. We say the day, then the month, then the year, because we're sensible. You guys were like, no, month first, that's what's important. Even stranger, China, they say the year first, which is useless. Like, oh no, I'm late for work. Excuse me, what's the time? Year of the dog. It's annoying, though, that you say the date the British way round on Independence Day. That's not allowed, guys. You can't leave our country and keep our date. That's not fair.
Why? What's wrong with that? I don't see anything wrong.
It's crazy how free we are in America. I know everyone says that, oh, there's no freedom anymore, blah, blah. No, like, if I want to be a lady tomorrow, I can. That's how good we have it. I can just be a lady tomorrow, and none of you will say shit. I'll be at the coffee shop, and your kids will be looking at me, and you'll be like, don't stare at the... Not one person's gonna go, what's with the 6'4" bearded bitch? Not one person. That's how we just do anything. That's how good it is to be us. My dad couldn't have done that. My dad couldn't have just worn a dress to the factory. They would have murdered him. They would have murdered him. They'd have been arrested. The judge would have been some old white bigot. He'd be like, well, they had to kill him. He's wearing a dress.
We live in such crazy time, I swear.
Pretty fucking pissed off at Zoran, though. Anyone else? He's already let us down, folks. It's January 18th. Where's the Sharia law, buddy? That's why I voted for you, King. I want to take away women's rights a theological way. I never want to look an ugly woman in the face again. Burkas for 7s and below. We all know it. That's what he promised. Liberals lied yet again.
I know how these guys roasting liberals. That makes for the best comedy.
Become a naturalized citizen. It's actually pretty simple. You go to a government building, you do an interview, and you take a test. Obviously, they're not hard questions. That's not a boast. They're just not hard questions. They're like, who is Benjamin Franklin? That was a question the man asked me. Who is Benjamin Franklin? And I was like, that's a question. He goes, yeah. And I got my wallet. I had $100 in it. I went, you mean this guy here? And the guy looked at it. He took it. He put it in his pocket. That's why I became American. I bribed a government official. If you think about it, it makes me the most American there is. And it's capitalism. The question I like the most, I'm proud of this one, he goes, when do we celebrate Independence Day? And that was a date question. I was going, I've got this, July 4th. And he went, correct. Although technically over here we say the 4th of July. So sorry, are you telling me there is one day a year you say the date the British way around, and it is Independence Day? That's some top quality bullshit. That is. That was the moment I was like, sign me up, I'm becoming American. If that is.
I can see now why you got so confused. Thanks for watching, guys. I hope you enjoyed it, and click right here to watch the next one. Bye-bye.
Not all. Why'd she slap him, though? Welcome back to If You Laugh, You're Conservative.
Power on. Connecting Bluetooth.
Having a Chinese person say Bluetooth was never gonna work.
Low battery. Please charge now.
Not gonna lie, I'd probably pay extra for that.
Right, Steve Marshall, just a quick 15 today. Been in the gym this morning, Matthew boy.
Steve, it's time to start doing these push-ups inside, okay? You look like the bottom of my air fryer.
I think Steve can say the N-word. This is a singing liberal support group for the midterms. Look into the faces of your enemy. War pause.
I'm gonna get I'm gonna Scooby treat. He knows. You hear that?
Now that is a tactical pup.
He smells my dog.
You know, if I got hit by a drive-by scooter, I'd probably just die of embarrassment.
Oh my God!
Why would you willingly get your nip tattooed? The No Kings protesters on a random Thursday morning versus when an actual king is in town.
Y'all, today is the tea. I done got my hair did, lacy.
Oh, wait.
No, I'm a dude, bro. Look, I'm a dude.
Oh, hell
No, where you going? No, bro, it's cool. I'm a dude. Man, why do I always do this? Do I not look like I sound like this? Like, bro, come on.
Homie, I think it's the weave. I made the brave decision to identify as everything in the known universe. I am trans infinite. My wife thinks she talks to me in the car.
It looks like he's hitting his brakes.
Yes, he is. Thank you. Thank you for that information.
How she actually acts. Ladies, I don't care what you just saw on your phone. If there's a deer on the side of the road, you do not gasp while we're driving, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, the day has come. The Quality Learning Center has officially been raided.
Now, large-scale raids targeting federal fraud currently underway.
Do you guys think that the government would have ever become wise to these fraudulent Minnesota daycares without Nick Shirley exposing them? Drop a comment down below.
Yeah, she's very cute, but this is a university classroom. We can't allow wild animals. It's unprofessional, it's unsanitary, it's kind of a distraction for the class. We can't just let an animal come in here. The Byzantine Empire lasted until when? 24 BC. That's right. And when the Persians invaded,
having half a banana, gonna save the other half for later. Okay.
Don't bother Maxine. She's focusing.
Saturday's White House Correspondents Association dinner, the, third assassination attempt on President Trump, changed the Democrats' calculus at all on getting DHS funded?
I'm sorry. I'm focused, and I can't respond to you now. I'm thinking about something that we have to do.
Ah, yes. Walking and talking is too complicated for Maxine.
Oh, okay. Do you think it's important to get Secret Service paid at this point in time, to get ICE paid, to get DHS funded?
I think it's important for me to make sure I get this $1 trillion bill.
Oh, you both look so beautiful this evening.
My daughter.
Oh, okay. The mom, what's your name? Tina, I'm looking at you. I can't believe that you're old enough to have a daughter that age.
I'm 30.
Holy shit, why am I talking to Tina? Well, you both look so young.
Get it from my mama.
Yeah, it's our mama now.
That's an oversized load. Bathing in diesel, that'll be $500.
Most support I've gotten in my life is from my what?
My bra, Steve.
Making glitter chicken wings, put the wings in glitter seasoning. Mix it well, heat the glitter oil, start frying, turn the wings, and your beautiful wings are ready.
Now wings are gay?
What would actually happen in a knife attack? Ah, now we're getting into the American style of self-defense.
Granny, we gotta go.
You think? Let's go.
Come on.
Due to elevated heart rate, have you tried calming down?
Daryl, it's getting bigger.
Start the truck.
Let's begin a breathing exercise. Inhale. Exhale.
I'm not breathing right now.
Daryl, do something.
I'm trying.
Analyzing driver condition, I've determined you
I know what you're determined, but you're wrong.
I am never wrong.
Whose bright idea was this?
Your government's.
Granny, I have a feeling we're not in America anymore. Uh-oh.
Hey, if they're farmers, they'll find a way to bypass it, right? Isn't that what they had to do for those John Deere tractors? Where you had to pay for the software? How doctors treat you based on financial status.
You're dying? Oh, looks like you don't have any insurance. Next! So you have diabetes from eating the only food you can afford. That insulin as soon as we can. And in the meantime, we're gonna give you painkillers so you don't feel any discomfort. Okay, I'm giving you this growth hormone that people with AIDS need to take to stay alive. This should really help you increase your muscle mass. Okay, sir, we found a child to be your involuntary adrenochrome donor, so just sit back and we'll have you living forever in no time.
America's #1 medicine. Be rich. Have you ever seen a Wendy's like this before?
Brand new Wendy's, but here's the difference. You cannot sit down inside to eat your food. You're going to order your food from this window, right? And then you're going to walk around the building and you're going to sit down and eat right there. Now, if you're doing DoorDash, you walk through these doors and you're going to pick up your food right there. And they're going to have computer screens right there where you can order your food.
And I have a couple of picture examples of why they're switching it up. First is when Wendy's put in that corny glass. And then you have situations like this, where you place your order and someone got mad and busted the thing. So they basically said, we'll just give you the slop through the window and you're not even gonna come near us.
This is a reflection of how many migrants are here and how many repeat offenders are on the street. I would say like, oh man, we're alienating the public. The public is worse than ever. You're animals. There's a box, you gotta talk through a thing. All our kitchen guys are through this thick cinder block wall.
And you eat outside regardless of what season it is.
Exactly.
Serving the public, what does the public look like? The number of desperate people are at an all-time high.
Yeah.
The number of repeat offenders are at an all-time high. Why would Wendy's make a poor business decision and say, oh, everyone come on in?
This is like the restaurant version of hostile architecture.
When a question is asked about the new NASA headquarters, Trump can't help but point out NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman's large ears.
Right over here, you heard that question? With those beautiful ears of yours? He's got great hearing now, he's got super hearing. Trick of the trade, sir.
Roasted.
And what's the answer?
Democrats are hilarious.
Members of Congress, the President of the United States.
Nah, I ain't standing for no king.
Members of Congress, please welcome King Charles of Great Britain.
How British guys react after living in America.
Absolutely love this country. I've been here over a year now. Wouldn't change it.
Or you can tell they added some extra fencing.
Queso! Oh.
Gonna need to add another foot.
Lottie, did you just bite that? Was it yummy?
Yeah. Water.
Was it spicy?
Just a little. I peed.
You peed? Awesome.
If somebody gets mad at you today, I want you to call them Big Dog. I can almost guarantee that this will make the situation for them that you exist out of spite. And as we all know, existing out of spite is the most important part of life.
I know that's right, Big Dog.
Oh my God. What is that? What is it?
Oh, this is a type of fox, right?
No, that's not a dog.
But like,
not even
it's
close.
not a cat, but it looks like a mix between them and half like kangaroo too.
Okay. I don't know what that thing is.
Sir?
It's a type of fox. It's
$3,000.
$1,000. You're gonna break it.
Oh, you never suck the ketchup off a wiener. That's rule number 1. When your mama's girl moves on.
Oh, I love you more. Oh, baby. You better go tell that to mommy.
There's a bumper sticker. Or are you a Democrat?
Oh, I love that bumper sticker. Genius.
Which, translated, means, are you white? Or do you believe that kids should have free school lunch?
Stupid has no limits.
What's in the duffel bag?
Nothing. Yet.
Hey, when a crazy wife finally comes in handy.
Okay.
Oh, hey, do you want a snack or anything?
No, I'm okay.
Okay, love you.
Okay, looks like he's tethered down here. He's got a little buckle on the front.
This is not a tree. It's a chimney to a completely underground time capsule home meant to mimic peaceful suburban life, complete with a manicured lawn and backyard pool.
Okay, in case of nuclear fallout, let's all go to Las Vegas, where this is located.
This is one of the original entrances, but nowadays there's a 2-story home built on top of it, so you can
it literally is a fallout shelter.
take these stairs 26 feet down. It's a doomsday bunker of sorts, constructed in the 70s when there was widespread fear of nuclear war. The extremely wealthy owner, Jerry Henderson, wanted more than an emergency hideout. He wanted to be able to live somewhere he felt safe from the impending disaster, but with all the luxuries of his dream home. There is 15,000 square feet of living space with murals on every wall that were not just random works of art, but each representing a different place Jerry lived, homes he owned, or places he and his wife loved to visit. There's an intricate lighting system with colored fluorescent bulbs around the perimeter, so you can enjoy the simulation of nighttime, sunrise, dawn, dusk, and whatever this is. There's a doorbell at the entrance of the underground home, which is funny because wouldn't you think if someone's already made it this far, they wouldn't use a doorbell? So is this guy crazy or is he just having fun? Anyway, the indoor space is about 6,000 square feet, so spacious, and fairly untouched for a 70s home. You've still got this absolute dream of a kitchen with so many original working appliances, original tile and wallpaper and curtains, plus just look at that view. There's another room off the kitchen with completely upholstered and padded walls, and would probably be a great place to scream if you need to express how it feels to live underground. Jerry and his wife had separate bedrooms and bathrooms, and I did love his tub and still carpeted floor. But was the window by the toilet necessary? Like, come on, Jerry, we know this is a custom build. What's the story here? Mary's bedroom is very pink and soft, and her bathroom has a stunning light-up tub and mirrors. Sadly, the pink carpet has been removed due to some plumbing issues, but now that I'm seeing it, I think if someone built me this bathroom, they could convince me to live underground.
Oh, what's that Brendan Fraser movie, Blast from the Past? It's giving me those vibes. This is in Tulsa. Musical Road. God bless America.
Southwest just unveiled a livery celebrating 250 years of the United States.
Awesome.
And the tail number is very fitting. The livery's called Independence One, and it'll officially start flying on April 29th alongside other America-themed liveries, Liberty One and fitting November 1776 Romeo.
Oh, we gotta book a flight, y'all.
You want to know the only thing scarier than walking out of the woods by yourself at night? It's walking into the woods by yourself, and the heck do I think I am? Oh, they're just on the other side of the road. We don't see many of them on this side of the road. They're 1,200-pound beasts that roam the woods, killing elk, moose. Wolves pray that they don't run into them. I'm praying I don't run into a wolf. And what if I got just this little... What is that gonna do to a grizzly bear? I've got turkey load and praying for 15 rounds of desperation right here by my side to save me from a grizzly bear attack. No.
This truck is worth more than 4 Bugattis and packs 24 cylinders. It's called the Thor 24, built by Mike Hara, who spent 7 years and around $7 million creating the most insane machine ever made. The engine consists of 2 V12 diesel engines
engines, plural,
combined into a massive V24 that does over 3,000 horsepower with 12 superchargers and nitrous. And what makes it even crazier is the engine is so big the driver can't see the road in front of him and has to rely on screens like a video game to drive it.
And now, back to Space Amish!
Who's steering the ship? I thought Elijah was!
No! I'm turning butter!
Captain, what about the life support?
Throw it overboard! It's powered by the devil's lightning!
Yes, sir.
Wait! Don't open that door!
Why?
Space Mormons!
Bro, this truck just lost a whole house.
Can't park that there.
Not a good idea to go up against Lee Zeldin, somebody who actually knows what he's talking about on the environment.
Climate change is flooding our streets, poisoning our air, driving up healthcare and disaster costs. How can the EPA justify abandoning that duty to protect Americans to appease polluters under the false flag of economic growth?
Following the law, Section 202 of the Clean Air Act, where does it say anything about fighting global climate change?
Loper Bright, Supreme Court case. You familiar with it?
And maybe others are. I'm not, but let me ask.
But that's really important. As a member of Congress, Loper Bright says that we, as an agency, don't have the authority to get creative if Section 202 of the Clean Air Act.
No, but you don't have, excuse me, you do not have the right to say climate change does not exist, that it's a hoax, and that's where this administration is coming from.
I understand you're upset. You don't know what Loper Bright is. Do you know what the major policies doctrine is?
I'm upset because...
You know what the major policies doctrine is?
Let me just
You're a member of Congress. You should know.
If she really wants to halt climate change, she should brew a potion.
You have to be careful fixing a wobbly fan. Well, why? You just... Oh, no, he's doing it wrong. Oh, no. The gyration.
Oh, no.
You ever go to your front porch and there's an Amazon box? It's got your name on it. You slowly realize you've ordered something for yourself and you can't remember what you ordered. It was like 16 hours ago. You're all surprised, like, oh, I wonder what I got me. I hope me knows what me wants. Ooh.
How I afford almost $250,000 in cars at 20. So I have 3 cars and I get asked a lot how I afford all of them at 20, but to answer that I need to close the garage first. I can't let the neighbors figure out my secret. Okay, so it's time to finally reveal my secret, but I need to put my hair down.
Hey, baby boy.
You know what, dude? Get yours, player.
This generation is cooked.
There's some really awesome things here at this con. And they come in small packages, too.
That is adorable.
Let's do some marketing here in Knoxville, Tennessee. Super excited. We're going to hit our schools, our coffee shops, our gyms, and I'm taking y'all along.
What is going on here?
Oh, easy.
How to get on your husband's nerves.
What game are we watching? This is Seattle, and who is that? New England?
Yes, it's the Seahawks versus the Patriots.
Why are we watching this game, though? I thought we were going to watch the Super Bowl.
This is the Super Bowl.
But you said at the beginning of the season that the Cowboys were going to go to the Super Bowl.
Oh, that's a violation.
I'm going to bed.
How come women don't take DNA tests like the dads have to do? How come after they give birth, they don't have to take the DNA test?
The way you said birth tells me everything I need to know.
Y'all ever notice this about men? Ladies, you can tell us the whole schedule for the week. Over here, yep, got it. No, we don't. Pull the milk out the fridge. There's a calendar right in front of her face. I ain't never looked at it. Then I try to go fishing and get in trouble because I forgot there's a soccer game today. My wife over here going, I told you the schedule already. Yeah, and I wasn't listening. Us men have 72 tabs open. 4 of them are frozen. We can't figure out where the music's coming from. In the heat of the moment, don't tell us what we're doing 12 days from now. I'm trying to figure out where my other sock is.
I found a solution to this. I have a Google Calendar. My wife will mark things for me, and it will pop up on my phone as an alert. I know it's not convenient, but it works, okay?
Sydney's such a cute little awkward cattle dog making her way down the stairs. She loves to lay down halfway and shake her little booty and give a little smile, and then she works her way down a little bit more, and then she lays down again because it's hard work being cute.
You worked that stairway, Sydney.
And she gives another smile, and then she made it.
Sitting next to a stranger on a plane.
Hey, is this your first flight too?
Nah, I've been on a few.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I actually figured out how to make cars drive off of salt water. Yep, and I'm actually on this flight because the government put me here. They want to fly me out to give me an award for my...
This is crazy.
Oh, that's a mountain lion.
Looks tired.
Babe, oh my god, you have to see this dog toy.
This is my wife, but with throw pillows and little things that have farm trucks on them. What's something that your significant other has too many of? in your opinion? Drop a comment down below.
You know, I heard somebody say once that you should never, good thing, because the other day my son hurt his foot, and I asked him if he had set up an appointment to get it looked at, and he goes, yeah, I got to go see the pederast on Friday. I said, bud, I think you mean podiatrist. Either that or Dad's going to kill somebody on Friday.
What game is this?
Name something you would buy if you thought your neighbor was a vampire.
A new house, Steve.
Yeah, okay. I want you to understand where this answer is coming from. Our neighbor, vampire, black people move. We ain't staying here. We ain't working it out.
As a white guy, I was thinking garlic, steak.
We ain't finna be calling no 911.
You guys gotta be careful for scammers out there. I tried to order my wife some jewelry for her anniversary, and for some reason, they shipped me this sauce. You guys gotta be careful for scammers out there. I tried to order my wife some jewelry for her anniversary, and for some reason, they shipped me this saw-stop 3-horsepower professional cabinet table saw with the 52-inch T-Glide fence system instead of the jewelry.
I hate it when that happens.
Are you still happy that you voted for Trump? So if you voted for Trump, are you happy with everything he did? Because I've been seeing a lot of videos where people are trashing Trump, throwing his views. So I figured I'd just come on here and ask, are you still happy that you voted for Donald Trump?
When she knows too much about BMW.
Are you ready to go?
Oh my god, I love this song.
Okay, you can just do this in front of the radio and the volume will go up. How to keep mosquitoes away this summer.
Take aluminum foil and make it into a bowl. Then take a little bit of coffee and add it top of the coffee. Light it until it starts to smoke. Once it starts smoking, this will stay lit for hours and it will repel every mosquito around, keeping you from getting bit.
Does this really work? I feel like this would just create super mosquitoes who are super alert and energized. How my husband listens.
I need 3 bags of mulch, and if they have flowers, give me 50.
Give you 50. Okay. Makes sense. I did good.
They have flowers, get 50. I said.
I mean, he ain't wrong. Oh.
Overnight. Look, supports a family of 5, pays bills, pays the mortgage. Look.
Why you got him in a denim vest?
Look at the state of it.
It's a Hyundai excavator from the future. It's fully autonomous and fully electric powered, and it looks like something out of Star Wars or Star Trek. When have you ever seen anything that looks like this?
And that battery lasts a whole 3 hours. The worst strike of the year.
Have any shoes that you're rolling out? I wanted to change the heel.
Hey, a strike is a strike.
How many rounds would it take to knock these people out? Jake Paul.
1.
Cristiano Ronaldo.
2.
KSI.
1.
Elon Musk.
0.5.
Mr. Beast.
0.5.
Floyd Mayweather.
Don't know if I would.
Conor McGregor.
6.
Daniel Dubois.
3.
Does this dog have a faux hawk? His name is Twilight Sparkles. Actually, I think he's cuter now than as a puppy. That's a big old bear. I think the fish come to him. He does not go to the fish. My toddler's attempt at being a robot.
Are you Robot Man?
He is nailing it.
Nice job.
Would you survive your parents' generation?
I think so, yeah. Yeah, I think I would.
Why do you say that?
Because it was way more simple, like riding bikes, stuff like that. I feel like schoolwork was also easier. I think a lot of them are not my parents, but I think the other ones. I would rock everyone there. My dad grew up in the hood and in Brazil, right? I think it would be very hard growing up like him.
A favela. Free beer? I love it when they scream underwater.
Did anyone hear a loud boom?
3, 2, 1. Post.
Beating the small town neighborhood Facebook groups to the punch. A bullet table. Why not? Okay, you know what? Aesthetically, I'm happy about this. Break glass in case of emergency. Why is this little Chevy hilarious?
Curious how these guys are going to perform. When they walked out, Johnny said that they were looking quite happy.
If Gallagher was a wood turner.
What's the question?
That's an elegant way to go nuts to butts. Still gay though. You've never seen traffic like this before. This has to be Miami, right? I can smell the silicone from here. AOC panics when asked about Ilhan Omar.
AOC really didn't want to answer this question. Watch.
Once people realize that you can't use this place to become a millionaire, then I think there'll be some natural turnover.
And the last question on that note, there's a lot of news surrounding fellow squad member Ilhan Omar and her finances. She, claimed she was worth $30 million. Now it's under 100K. Lots of questions surrounding that. Do you have anything you'd like to share on that? Should there be a formal ethics investigation?
No, I know she's going through her process. We all file our paperwork, and everyone has a process of filing amendments. She's spoken to her case, and yeah, that's all.
That's all. I'm out of here, folks.
Bro was so nonchalant.
This one softly down the left field line and into the stands.
Ah, smooth.
I mean, this is so cool. This guy is like, oh yeah, I've done it before. Oh, you want a foul ball? Here you go.
Genius. Is homie racing a helicopter? Did anyone ask for this?
Look at that big old dumpy. Oh my gosh, look at that.
Ooh.
I'd say the mine flooded. The floodgates done busted loose.
Snagged by Lester. And he'll throw the glove.
Throws the glove.
Rizzo drops his glove so he can catch Lester's glove. That's the smartest play in the history of baseball. But how about Rizzo dropping his glove? This is just very clever.
Ooh, a 69 Camaro.
Men, please stop trying to be influencers. Like, we need electricians and mechanics and plumbers. Like, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, maybe I should get my ass in the kitchen.
I think I burnt my food. This was a cremation. I'm guessing this is a no-wake zone. Your exhaust is getting a little hot there, bud.
Is America the greatest country on earth? Why? Why?
Pretty standard conversation with a liberal. His family was getting interviewed in the middle of his first career.
Very, very emotional.
Timing impeccable. His windshield sticker says, F you, Democrats. Not rude. This guy was in some serious propane.
A shocking act of apparent road rage involving a large truck caught on dash cam video here. This is in Pacoima. It happened on Friday. You can see a black SUV appear to cut in front of that semi-truck just before the truck smashes into the SUV. The driver who captured the video says it appeared the two vehicles had been in a miles-long confrontation before.
Don't bring a Jeep to a semi-fight. I think that's the lesson we've learned today.
You know, regarding this whole joke with Jimmy Kimmel about him saying that Melania had the glow of an expectant widow, you know, 15 years ago I would have said, yeah, it's the White House course a little bit. But you know why I won't do it now? Because of guys like Jimmy Kimmel. I mean, honestly, this is one of the dudes that was going around turning late night television from comedy shows into government propaganda and screaming at conservatives all the time. He's one of the guys that decided that what we could laugh at and what we couldn't laugh at, and now it's all coming back to bite him. So Jimmy, have fun with the beast you've created. Maybe you should learn something from this. This is, what do you guys say on the left? Maybe this is a teachable moment.
The late, great Norm Macdonald said, if there's hatred behind the joke, then it's not comedy.
And I can prove this is an assassination joke, Liz. Here we go. Tell the same joke about Michelle Obama. Say, Jimmy Kimmel, on your show, that Michelle Obama should be an expectant widow. Say it about the show if you ever did a joke like that, and I would agree with that. By the way, by the same rationality, Michelle Obama is younger than Barack, and Hillary's younger than Bill, and Joe Biden's way younger than Joe. And so, by Jimmy Kimmel's rationality, you could just make that joke that Joe Biden and Michelle should be expectant widows. He would never dare. He'd be ripped offline. He'd be dragged on Blue Sky and Reddit, of all places. No, we can only make that about Donald Trump because that's what they wish for the right. They wished it on my friend Charlie Kirk. He made fun of Charlie Kirk and Erica and his family. He lied about Charlie Kirk's assassination. They do it on purpose. Barack Obama said we didn't know the motive of the gunman, when of course we do. It's Trump hatred.
And then, is there a drug test?
You gotta pass a background check.
Looks clear to me.
All right.
So no drug test.
No drug test.
Hell yeah, baby. All right, I'm on board.
Doesn't mean we can't.
Today, I'm going to show you guys how to turn this piece of wood into $150. Anyway, I've been screwing around with this thing all day, but you know what? It might just be easier to go get a job.
I tend to agree. What video made you laugh? Drop a comment down below. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Conservative Vibes. I'm CV, and I'll see you in the next video. God Bless America t-shirts available at conservativevibes.com. Wish America a happy birthday with an American-made 100% cotton t-shirt.
That's those conservative vibes, country roots and American pride. If you made it this far, go on, hit that subscribe. We'll be right back tomorrow with conservative vibes. Oh yeah. So God bless you. God bless home. From the back road to the heart of the globe, till the next good talk, till the next deep dive. You keep your faith, your fire, and your conservative vibe.
You want it somewhere else.
Excuse me. Excuse me.
Single payer.
I'm speaking.
I'm speaking.
So we've had a handful of California governors debates take place over the past couple of weeks, and to put it shortly, the situation is just getting worse for Democrats in that state. All year we have posed the long shot but real possibility that Republicans could basically sneak into winning the governor's election based off of the jungle primary system, right? Because Democrats don't have a front runner, Republicans simply score top two. The general election would be between two Republicans, and a lot of the polling is showing it's possible that Republicans could end up basically sneaking that one in. And thus far, it was believed for a while that perhaps Eric Swalwell would be the Democrat nominee. We well know what happened to him. And now to this day, Democrats are still trying to figure out who's really going to be their person, and can that person actually win second place? These are open questions. I mean, thus far, it's been believed that maybe Tom Steyer, that billionaire far-left anti-ICE guy, might end up taking second place in the primary in June, but we still don't really know that. He's not polling all that strongly, and frankly, given that he's a billionaire who's been buying a lot of polling, you kind of have to wonder how much of his support is actually real. Will the people of California actually end up electing a billionaire leftist? You know, it seems kind of antithetical to a lot of their beliefs. Well, that is why, after the recent California governor's debates, the big thing to watch was whether any Democrat would come out and distinguish themselves. And to make a long story short, the answer is no. I mean, obviously, as you could expect, any California governor's debate is going to be the woke Olympics. These Democrats are just constantly trying to explain who loves illegal aliens more, who wants to praise Gavin Newsom for his job on homelessness more, who wants to fight harder against Trump. But even then, simultaneously, while trying to appeal to a Democrat electorate, none of these people are still doing a good job, because they're all frankly pretty mediocre and bland. There's not a lot of enthusiasm from Democrats for any of these candidates, which, by the way, is a bad sign for the primary, because if there's low voter turnout, which I would guess could actually be the case here, then that's 100% something that Republicans could sneak in, because the only enthusiasm's around the Republican candidates, right? But you have a bunch of mediocre characters. Of course, you also have this absolute insane woman, Katie Porter, who's been trying to make a resurgence as of late by imitating Kamala Harris's worst, notoriously terrible moments on the debate stage. And to make a long story short, it did not go well for her. But nonetheless, in today's video, I want to give you an update on this race, as well as show you how ridiculous these governor's debates have been. And really, you put it all together and wonder, hey, why have none of these Democrats actually broken through? Why are they basically losing these debates? Because again, they can't figure out who their front runner is going to be. I don't think it's actually that much of a mystery. Let's get into it, guys. First, though, do us a favor. If you enjoy our content, make sure you hit that like button down below. Subscribe to the channel if you are new. That's the best way to support our work, and it also ensures that you can stay up to date with all of the latest news and coverage. And that said, I really do think that a common theme of this California governor's race has been that Democrats cannot get out of their own way. They keep on cannibalizing themselves. That, of course, started with Katie Porter, the insane Wicked Witch of the West woman. Hi, everybody! I'm Katie Porter! With her crazy giant eyes. Would you like to vote for me? I'll give you, free healthcare or something, right? So, last year, she seemed to be the front-running Democrat, and then she had that insane lunatic meltdown on CBS. She sort of fizzled out. Eric Swalwell, likewise, stepped up to the plate. You know what happened to him. He had the whole sex scandal. He had to drop out of the race. And now, right, at a time when you would think you should be having as many governor's debates as possible, because really, again, these Democrats have to figure out who's in charge. They have to get themselves out to the voters and try to consolidate some level of support. Well, just a few days ago, the California governor's debate that was scheduled at USC, the University of Southern California, was canceled over backlash against a lack of diversity. Basically, leftists started protesting their own governor's debate, claiming there were too many white people on the stage. I'm not making that up. Take a listen. And again, like, you know, it's the most California story ever. What do we expect? These people are utterly ridiculous. But you see the common theme I'm talking about here? They need this debate. They need the publicity. And you have woke mobs canceling it because of quote-unquote diversity. Utterly ridiculous and insane.
California governor's debate has been canceled at the University of Southern California after facing backlash for only including white candidates. However, the university rejecting these claims before the debate, saying, quote, "We want to be clear that we categorically, unequivocally deny any allegations that the debate criteria was in any way biased in favor or against any candidate." In response, Republican candidate Steve Hilton is slamming the university for canceling the event and is now urging the Department of Education to suspend its funding.
I mean, dear gosh, just talk about the most California politics story ever. Now, USC has come out and denied these allegations. They claim that it was just polling and fundraising criteria to qualify for the debate, and it just so happened that the minority candidates like Becerra and Villagrosa did not qualify. But if that's the case, then why did they just end up canceling the debate anyway? I don't really have any idea. To be honest, I don't care. The common theme, though, is you look at the woke Olympic circus here and realize, wait a minute, this is the one time ever when California Democrats have to get at least a little bit serious, right? Just figure out who your candidate is, consolidate your support so that way Republicans don't show up on your doorstep and surprise you in the primary election and maybe lock you out of the general, right? And they can't even do that. They can't get out of their own way. And by the way, wouldn't you think maybe that now should be the time when at least an agreement should be made behind the scenes to figure out, okay, who's going to run and who's not going to run? Because as we've kind of broken down, there's still, even with Swalwell dropping out, basically way too many Democrats in the race, and because they're all dividing votes from each other, that is the issue in the jungle primary. And for a long time, when I was floating the idea that, hey, maybe Republicans could take top two, a lot of people said to me, well, you're being an idiot for even suggesting that, because shouldn't the California Democrats just drop out and endorse one candidate? Yeah, I mean, theoretically, that's what you would think should be happening by now. But folks, I want to give you the timeline. The primary election date is on June 2nd. Early mail-in voting starts May 4th, which is like in a couple of days from now. And there still is no clear front runner. We don't see any indication that anyone's gonna drop out. And by the way, that's something I kind of predicted would happen, because you notice almost all of these people are in it for themselves, right? Katie Porter, you think you're gonna ever get her to drop out? That self-aggrandizing, insane, hello everybody, I'm a lunatic. Tom Steyer, same exact situation. You know, these Democrats are all basically trying to like revitalize their own careers. They don't care about the party, and so everyone's being selfish. Overall, right, again, none of the Democrats are acting seriously or wisely or smartly whatsoever, and I don't know whether it's going to come back to bite them, but it very well could, right? I could see that scenario happening where this type of nonsense, you know, you're canceling debates that Democrats actually need to get themselves out there and figure out who the candidate's going to be over like lack of diversity crap. Nobody's dropping out. Every single Democrat candidate's being selfish. And by the way, none of these candidates really have a bunch of name recognition or support or hype behind them. It is sort of the perfect storm. If Republicans are ever going to accidentally take the California governor's seat, now would be the year. Okay, so we'll talk about that more in a little bit. But to give you an idea of how just utterly insane and like awful and terrible these governors' debates have been, the ones that did take place. For example, I want to show you some snippets here of the last debate that took place, I believe it was last week, where they asked the candidates, Republican and Democrat included, what grade you would give Gavin Newsom on homelessness. And I kid you not, nearly every single Democrat on the stage graded Gavin Newsom either an A or about a B. Which, you know, having grown up in California, I will tell you, even the liberals, even the Democrats generally are not that happy when it comes to homelessness. But here you have the Democrats getting on the stage and telling you, yes, we are going to maintain the status quo on homelessness, which is, you know, just such a winning position. But at the same time, you can just see the total lack of charisma from any of these people as they answer the question. And then you wonder, right, why is no Democrat establishing themselves as a clear frontrunner? Well, this is the reason.
What grade does he get on homelessness, and what, if anything, would you do differently? You have 60 seconds. Frank, I would say that the governor has made efforts. We've seen him come down to Los Angeles, actually go out and try to clean some of the streets. On effort, I would give him an A. Here's what I would do that's different, though. I would focus on accountability.
Have been spent already to solve the homelessness crisis. But you also gave Governor Newsom an A for effort on this issue. So my question is, are those billions of dollars well spent or not? You have 45 seconds.
Yeah, and Sarah, let me clarify. I gave the governor an A for effort for his work as governor, not on this particular issue. And what I will tell you is this, that we will not cycle people through the streets and into jails and just see that constant recycling. What we will do is we will build up the treatment facilities that we need.
Yeah, so notice how even the Democrats are being forced to backtrack on that answer last week because even a bunch of Democrat voters were not happy with them giving Gavin Newsom an A on homelessness because that's utterly ridiculous. And you watch a clip like that, you're probably thinking a couple of things. First and foremost, if you believe in accountability, then why did you give Gavin Newsom an A? And secondly, who the heck is that? Right? Who is this weird guy, totally, uncharismatic, mediocre, doesn't look fit to be governor at all? What is he doing on my television? What is he doing on the stage? Well, believe it or not, that is Xavier Becerra. He was a former California Secretary of State under the Newsom administration. He served in the Biden administration. Oh, and by the way, he, by many accounts, appears to be the second to third highest polling Democrat as it currently stands in this race. So just to give you an idea of the people we're dealing with here, that's one of the more popular Democrats. Yeah. There's a reason why these debates haven't been all that productive for their party as a whole. So you had him saying that. Many Democrats gave similar answers. We had a Crazy Eyes Wicked Witch of the West basically say, if you saw that clip, I'm a really tough grader, but I would give Gavin Newsom a B. Because, I'm just like a really crazy, magic school bus Miss Frizzle teacher. But, my class is hard. Remember those teachers in high school, by the way, who were with Katie Porter? Looked at them, they were getting insane, and just kidding. She reminds me of a lot of people. Let me just put it that way. But anyways, that said, speaking of Katie Porter, so, you basically are getting the idea at this point. All these Democrats kind of suck. Last night, they held another California governor's debate. Apparently, they finally found a venue after being canceled for the last one for being racist or something. And Katie, I kid you not, last night, in an exchange with the second place Republican Chad Bianco, tries to imitate the Kamala Harris I'm speaking garbage from the vice presidential debate, if you remember that. Now, I don't know, I'm pretty sure it's widely considered that the whole I'm speaking thing from Kamala was considered to be, annoying. It was not a good moment. It's something that Kamala gets wrong for. Katie Porter world, this totally insane Wicked Witch of the West character is actually, standing for feminism and women's rights, and everyone really wants to see me run for governor. And we'll take a look at what happened yesterday. So this is another one of the potential breakthrough Democrat candidates destroying themselves because Katie Porter, the insane psycho that she is, cannot hide the fact from the people. She has no impulse control. She has no brains whatsoever, right? No ability to actually restrain herself. Once again, proving to the world, indeed, I am an insane psycho and my name is Katie Porter.
Just to summarize the squabbling for everybody, what he wants to do is unconstitutional. What he's proposing is a good idea, but was already done. We don't want more people on the FAIR plan because it's a huge financial liability for the state of California.
It's single payer. You want it somewhere else.
Excuse me.
Single payer.
I'm speaking.
I'm speaking.
It'd be important if you said the truth.
I know you are.
Mr.
And
Bianco,
we're lying
we'll go
to
to
kids.
you. We'll go to you next.
Oh, I wasn't sure if I was even up here anymore. Neither were any.
We'll give you the answer.
Reinsurance is a really important part of this, thinking about how to insure the insurers. There are ways that we could put California state dollars at play.
Dude, she's just totally insane. Actual psycho. And keep in mind, the Katie Porter that you're seeing as of late is the restrained Katie Porter. Because she's been trying to maybe sort of seem like a normal human ever since the whole storming off of CBS News debacle. And this is the presentation. You know, she's still insane. Excuse me, I'm speaking. You know, you look at that. You hear the stories of her abusing her staff. Actually, it's not a story. We saw the videotape of her abusing her staff. You hear the allegations that she like threw steaming hot mashed potatoes at her ex-husband or whatever that was. And you put it all together, it's like, oh yeah, this seems completely in character. You know, sometimes people surprise you. Wow, I can't believe it. No, I 100%. Actually, this person's not insane behind the scenes. She's insane on camera, okay? And it just doesn't stop. By the way, they asked her in the post-debate interview, basically, she just doesn't stop. They asked her, you know, do you think California is ready for a female governor? And her answer is literally like, you know, again with the eyes, I sure as hell hope so. They better be. They better vote for me. They better vote for me. Actually, we have that clip, so let's just pull that up for you, okay? This is them asking the feminist question, and you know, here's Katie Porter thinking this makes her cool. I don't know. Maybe she thinks like the feminist liberal woman of California will vote for her, which I'm sure some will. But if we're being honest, I think even a lot of them are noticing what an insane psycho and terrifying person she is.
Is California ready for its first woman governor?
I sure as hell hope so. I'm definitely ready for the first female governor. Look, I think the allegations against Mr. Swalwell, what we've seen with Mr. Epstein, I think this is an important time for women to lead. I really do. California holds itself out as a progressive state, a state that lives our values. Equality of opportunity is one of those values, but it's on every candidate, including me, to compete and win this race.
My gosh, dude, it's like listening to nails on a chalkboard. They better vote for me. Because, you know, if you don't, then you're a sexist. Notice, too, how she's doing the whole Hillary Clinton act, but on steroids, because she just comes off as maybe 10 times more insane and terrifying even than Hillary Clinton was. And in the process, trying to not so subtly shame the voters into voting for her because she's a woman, and somehow the California electorate needs to atone for these evil sexist men. Don't be sexist, vote for the woman. As if, you know, you notice even oftentimes in Democrat primaries, a trend. You notice how the DEI thing doesn't actually work with the real Democrat electorate? I always found this funny. Think back to 2020, for example. So a lot of people thought because Kamala Harris is of minority, black, Indian woman, whatever she is descent, that a lot of people, even early on, I thought honestly she was going to be the candidate back in 2020, but obviously she fizzled out. In the end, the race was between two white guys, Joe Biden and Bernie Sanders, and Kamala had to be chosen as the unelected VP as a result. You know, got no votes in Iowa because, you know, again, the DEI card doesn't actually even work among the Democrat electorate, but Katie Porter seems to think so. I really wonder again why this candidate is not breaking through. She probably has the biggest name recognition in California out of all these people, but so it's not an issue if nobody knows who she is in the state. It's just that nobody wants to vote for her because they find her to be off-putting and insane. But I'm sure that's just sexism, right? You gotta love the whole act where she, like, look at her. She literally looks insane. She has crazy eyes, but you know, it's just because she's a woman. That's the only reason, surely, why people find her to be a just distasteful, crazy, terrifying human. But again, so, you know, as much as we're mocking her, please keep in mind, she is the third place Democrat in the race. Right? So we should be the second and third place Democrat. Tom Steyer, by the way, the Democrat frontrunner, it would seem as of right now, is the Walmart Mike Bloomberg guy from 2020 that you might remember, who also ran for president and went nowhere. That guy has the charisma of a rock as well. So these are the three top Democrat candidates. They're all doing horribly in the debates. And this is why I'm still saying to this day, the two Republican scenario, while a long shot, is absolutely possible. So let's look at the recent current polling, and let's remind everyone, we've explained this several times, but California's primary system is not a generic Republican separate primary, Democrat separate primary. It's a nonpartisan double primary, which means all the candidates run together and just the top two vote getters advance to the general election. Basically, think of it almost like a runoff. So as a result, theoretically, if Republicans take the top two places, even if that's like 20% and 19%, the general election would be between 2 Republicans and vice versa. And the theory we've posed is, well, there's basically 2 Republicans in the race and 1 million Democrats. With all the Democrats split vote, it is possible. Long shot, but possible. Republicans take top 2. Well, you take a look at recent polling, and honestly, I don't know how reliable it is at this point because, again, you know, I'm not even sure that a bunch of people in California at this point really know the election is happening. It's just been not talked about that much besides by conservative YouTubers. But so you take a look, Steve Hilton, still, as we showed in many past ones, this, by the way, is from just April 23rd to April 27th, so extremely recent. So Steve Hilton, the Republican, first place at 16%. Tom Steyer, second place at 15%. Xavier Becerra, the guy who you just saw gave an A to Gavin, has started to climb in recent weeks. Maybe sort of a rising star. Again, 13%. And then Chad Bianco, the Republican sheriff out of Riverside, California, at 10%. And you notice Katie Porter at 10%. So, you know, if these polls do hold up, it seems like the general election will be Hilton versus Steyer. However, what I would point out is that, you know, polling, especially for a primary that people aren't super informed about, can be largely inaccurate. And, you know, a lot of these margins are margin of error issues, right? 16 to 15, 15 to 13, even 13 to 10. With any variation of turnout, hypothetically, you could see these numbers invert on themselves, which is why I say, despite polling indicating overall that Steyer may be in the first place Democrat here in this situation, I wouldn't necessarily guarantee it. I wouldn't bank on it. And, you know, it's not exactly like he has a big hype train going behind him after these just awful performances by all the Democrats in the primaries. Same goes for Katie Porter, same goes for Xavier Becerra. Now, a lot of progressive groups simultaneously, because Steyer is a billionaire, have tried to set up these, like, you see right here, like, there's a group, Anti-Tom Steyer Committee, California is not for sale, right? Left-wing group is one example. And they released a poll claiming that Becerra is surging, so they have Becerra first place at 24%, Hilton at 23%. Keep in mind, this is an internal poll that they're sort of releasing for fundraising and propaganda purposes, so I would not take this as accurate at all, but who knows, it could indicate something that maybe Becerra is a lot closer to Steyer than we think, right? All of this really is possible, is the way I see it. You know, that's why I've also told people my endorsements with Chad Bianco, you should go vote for him. Even if you like Hilton more and some people think Bianco's too moderate or whatever on certain issues, doesn't matter, right? Get Bianco in second place. That's the entire point. We can settle the rest in the general election. Because, you know, you can clearly see nobody really knows who's in first place. I think, actually, it's pretty clear. Steve Hilton's in first place right now. Nobody knows whether Democrats are actually in second place. And these debates are not doing them any favors because, you know, the candidates are, as you see right here, right? Especially, I would argue, a lot of low information Democrat voters, which exist in, you know, large masses in California, they may even be watching these debates and think to themselves, I'm not really that enthused by any of these people, which would be correct because all these candidates from the Democrats basically suck. So, you know, I would forecast going to the primary election, which again is happening very soon. None of these Democrats have dropped out. You know, frankly, I would predict, I think Democrat turnout's going to be relatively low. That's why Republicans in California, that was not the year to be demoralized. Now's the year to show up, right? This is the one chance. We can kind of sneak into the top 2 here. It's possible. I don't know, and you know, maybe it's not actually possible because we know how the California election system works, but you got to give it a shot, right? This is the best chance you have, so that's the way I see it. And looking at the polling, I think is still to this day, my theory has held true that none of the Democrats have really established themselves in a true first place. And again, we haven't seen, at least thus far, Democrats drop out to consolidate support. So what the heck are they doing? I don't think it's very smart, but this is the strategy they're taking, I suppose. I don't know. All right, that said, guys, though, let me know your thoughts on this in the comment section down below. Make sure you're subscribed to the channel. God bless and peace.
Zohran's Tax the Rich plan is backfiring as billionaires are calling him out and moving their money to other places like Miami. Zohran Mamdani spent $6.3 million during his grassroots campaign, where he was promising a bunch of free stuff via advertisements. They paid a lot of money for staff and rent. His campaign spent almost $800,000 in payroll and $225,000 for consultants, all to deliver the message that everything would be free. But now he's crying about a budget crisis.
New York City faces a budget crisis of a historic magnitude.
Because free has to come from somewhere, right? And the people that it would be coming from are calling him out. So after Zohran Mamdani recorded a TikTok video in front of Kevin Griffin's penthouse, he decided to pull a $6 billion project. This would have created 15,000 permanent jobs on top of 6,000 jobs during this development project. Another multi-billionaire, John Castimatis, who owns grocery store chains in New York, has threatened to shut them down, saying that they cannot compete with city-owned grocery stores that don't have to pay rent or pay for taxes in a place where crime is going to be increasing as stores are already struggling with robberies and murders. There's this really awesome YouTube channel called Omar's Talk Show that has been covering this topic, and it surprised me when he pointed out that $111 billion in New York spending has already left the city, as have 125,000 New Yorkers taking their $14 billion in income with them, and along with this, 5,000 businesses. And I agree with Omar that this affects the entire country because they use New York City as a testing ground and then begin to implement these things across the country. And we're already seeing how Democrat policies are driving major corporations to leave. We see similar things happening in California, and in Denver, Colorado, we have Palantir that just pulled their headquarters out of here. And also in Seattle, Starbucks is moving their headquarters to Tennessee. Bringing our focus back to New York City, in this video, you are going to hear from billionaires calling out Zohran, his response to them, and exactly how is this going to affect everybody else. Let's get into this. Before we discuss these three billionaires who have been calling out Mamdani and making his tax the rich plan backfire, let's set the premise by showing you guys that Mamdani believes that none of these billionaires have the right to exist.
You are a self-described democratic socialist. Do you think that billionaires have a right to exist?
I don't think that we should have billionaires because, frankly, it is so much money in a moment of such inequality. And ultimately, what we need more of is equality across our city and across our state and across our country. And I look forward to work with everyone, including billionaires, to make a city that is fairer for all of them.
So in response to that, these billionaires are basically saying, well, you don't have the right to our money. Let's go ahead and begin with Bill Ackman, who gave $1 million to an anti-Mamdani super PAC to try to keep him from getting elected. And before he was even elected, Bill has been super outspoken against him. So Bill was actually born in New York in a town called Chappaqua, not really sure, but he went to Harvard, got his MBA, and raised $3 million to start Gotham Partners, and then grew that to $500 million. Then when he exited that, he was able to create Pershing Square Capital Management and grew that to $11 billion in assets, and it is now publicly traded on the New York Stock Exchange. And so all of this is going to affect the stock market, everybody. Anyways, this guy is clearly a success, so he has bought himself quite a bit of real estate in New York. He has the 157 penthouse that he bought for $91.5 million and considered it a flip. And he also allegedly owns 2 duplexes that he bought for a grand total of $22.5 million, but he recently sold one of those duplexes for $9.4 million and lost $4 million on that sale. Bill's company operates in the Upper East Side of New York, and so he is somebody that claims that he will not leave New York. All of his things are there, but he claims that it will make many other wealthy people leave, and he's trying to prevent that. When the news came out that Bill gave $1 million to an anti-Mamdani effort, Zohran said, TFW, your 1,000-word tweets aren't working, and Bill replied, why don't we have a conversation instead of posting back and forth and discuss the real issues that matter to New York City? And this seems like a commonality with Zohran and other people on the news. Recently, Zohran went on the news and got called out.
New York, for people, for high earners in New York, rich folks, particularly high wage earners, is the highest tax jurisdiction in the country by far. I mean, in the world. Like, there's literally nowhere in the world that the marginal rate on a high income earner is higher than here. And that includes the social democracies of Europe, includes places that have all sorts of services like you said. So at a certain point, is there a limit, right? Is there some point that you cross where you do start to pay some real economic costs?
I don't think that we are talking about that at this time.
This is the reason why he doesn't have face-to-face interactions with billionaires or on the news. He just likes to do these hearings where everything is pre-scripted, and he has the stage set for himself. Bill has already been paying millions of dollars per property that he owns in New York City, and with Zohran's changes, it would be hundreds of thousands of dollars per property more. This is how he says it is going to affect everybody else.
But it has issues. Okay, where is Mamdani right? He's right that we have an affordability issue here. Okay, why do we have an affordability issue in New York? Rent is too high, right? Utility costs are too high. Why is that? Right? The answer is because of policies that he wants to make worse, right? Real estate developers would love to build more apartments in New York, but there's enormous demand, right? Economics, if we increase, there's not enough supply to meet the demand, so what happens is rents go up. Right? Why is that? Because we make it, one, extremely difficult to build in New York, all kinds of regulatory, other, not in my backyard, protests, things that drive up costs that make it uneconomic to build new housing. Then there's rent regulation.
So Zohran just blabs about how they're going to freeze rent, and Bill Ackman explains that, first of all, you can only do that on some properties. He explains that rent freezes are going to lead to more vacancies as people aren't going to have money to remodel their units. How are landlords supposed to afford giving people free housing? Bill Ackman has also spoken out against his city-owned grocery store plan, and soon we're going to be talking about the owner of Gristedes and how he says that that's going to affect all local businesses. So Bill says, when has the government proven to be a better operator of any business at lower cost than the private sector? Imagine if every New York City supermarket were run like the Motor Vehicle Bureau. That's the city that they now have under Zohran Mamdani, and it's so sad.
Grocery prices are out of control. The cost of eggs and milk has skyrocketed. Some stores are even using dynamic pricing, jacking up the cost over the course of a day depending on what they can get away with. It doesn't need to be this way. I'm Zohran Mamdani, and as mayor, I will create a network of city-owned grocery stores. It's like a public option for produce. We will redirect city funds.
There are so many problems about this. First of all, the first grocery store that was announced isn't going to be open until 2029. It's the last one that they will open. It's going to be underneath a train that once caught on literal fire. So Zohran is allocating $30 million out of the $70 million budget to building this grocery store from the ground up, yet its location is at an existing building because the other spots are not available for a grocery store. They used to be parking lots or outdoor markets because there's too many columns from the train. And it's also a safety hazard. It's in a very dangerous neighborhood. There's so many problems with this. Who is going to run this store when people in the area who run bodegas are getting killed? If Zohran actually cared about helping people to afford things, he would tell them, maybe you guys should study the billionaires and how they created wealth, and then you can do the same thing in your life. But instead of trying to learn anything, Zohran just wants to steal and encourage more people to steal. Next up, we are talking about Ken Griffin, and this is a big one. I just quickly want to point out that these left-wing lunatics are trying to push this agenda that we should try to revolt or be very hateful to people who are simply successful and living the American dream. So much so that they have teachers like Cole Allen trying to assassinate the president. The CEO of United Healthcare was recently assassinated as well. So this comes from a very dark place that these people are trying to destroy the rich. Zohran doesn't believe that they should exist. That's who we're dealing with right now. And the thing that is so backwards about all of it is the people who are pushing this agenda to hate the rich are people like Hassan Piker, who take first-class flights or wear really luxury clothes, or even Zohran Mamdani, who was blowing through $6 million for his campaign. So here is Zohran responding to Kevin Griffin's response to the video that Zohran recorded outside of his penthouse on Billionaires Row, which was obviously a personal and very unnecessary attack.
Earlier today, Ken Griffin at a conference in Oslo, is this on topic?
We are looking at a fiscal deficit, the likes of which the city has not seen since the Great Recession. And we are looking at this deficit in the wealthiest city, in the wealthiest country in the history of the world. It is a deficit that comes at a time where 1 in 4 of New Yorkers are living in poverty. And we are talking about changes to our system of taxation that would ensure the wealthiest among us pay a little bit more so that everyone can afford to live in this city.
He says a little bit more, but what he actually means is billions and billions and billions of dollars more. And he's talking about this deficit. And when you see the ways that he is planning on spending money, it will do nothing except make it tremendously worse. They are all just a bunch of woke virtue signaling programs that are going to have horrible quality and not provide any food or help to the people. It's probably just money that's going to be funneled right into his pocket. It was a pathetic response from Zohran Mamdani because he had no problem with singling him out in his video, but when it comes to responding to the truth that he is driving investments out of the city, making things more expensive, and at the same time ridding of job opportunities while also making it hard for entrepreneurs to run small businesses, then he cannot respond to that, and all he has to say is tax the rich. Ken Griffin, by the way, is somebody who gave $650 million in charity to New York City. And this is someone that he is pushing off to Miami. I got this next information from that other YouTube channel that explained he was going to be working on the Citadel skyscraper, and just weeks before the groundbreaking, Zohran posted that stupid "today we're taxing the rich" video in front of his penthouse, and now 15,000 permanent jobs have been lost and $6 billion gone. It was going to be the tallest office building in Park Avenue at 62 stories high. That personal attack on Ken Griffin was so out of line because he doesn't put himself out there commentating, trying to be popular. It was actually difficult to even find a clip of himself talking about Zohran, but I did find this one. It was his reaction to him being elected.
Knowing what you know, and you've obviously moved to New York from Chicago, what do you think of last night's result there?
Well, I mean, for the people of New York, I pray that the policies that Mamdani uses to govern and lead New York are different than the talking points he used to win the mayoral race. The people of New York deserve better.
Do you think it maybe leads to an exodus down here?
Right, so if I look at Miami, and I look at why Miami is so successful, the focus on education, the focus on public safety. These are safe streets. We live in a safe city. The focus on community. This is a city that has great pride in what we've accomplished together and what we will accomplish ahead. I've lived in a failed city state. I lived in Chicago for 30-some years. I had 2 colleagues who had bullets fly through their cars, and colleagues stabbed outside the front door of our office. I had 25 bullet holes in the front of my building where I lived. You can't live in a city awash in violent crime.
So basically, yes. Zohran is a person who, when Jake Lang got attacked, called him a white supremacist. He actually encourages violence, soft on crime. People get stabbed, people get killed, and then he every once in a while posts, oh, this is so sad and stuff. If he does nothing about it, talking about defunding the police, how is that going to make New York City safer? So yes, there will be an exodus of just every normal day people who want to have a better quality of life and want to feel safe just being able to walk around. So here's a clip of people talking about how that massive development project helped for New York.
Griffin threatening to go forward, not go forward, with his planned project in Midtown Manhattan. That would create, he says, 15,000 permanent jobs.
Now, this all started when Mayor Mamdani made a social media video pushing for his and the governor's pied-à-terre tax, and doing it right in front of Griffin's apartment on Central Park South. Griffin bought it for $230 million back in 2019, even though he's not technically a New York City resident.
Mayor Mamdani was making no apologies today.
If it's only going to affect the super wealthy, then how come you don't regret the fact that it's actually affecting normal, everyday New Yorkers, so you don't feel bad and Zohran Mamdani doesn't regret that? That is absurd. Wealthy Americans are going to be able to leave New York City while other people who are unable to relocate get stuck. Now, Bill Ackman has been saying that we don't want to lose people like Ken Griffin and Citadel, and they already are. So Kevin Leary, I guess, is around $500 million. He's also been super outspoken against Mamdani.
Let me count how many ways this pricing is stupid. Because you want more of these people. You want thousands more of them that don't live here, pay taxes, pay maintenance, create jobs in construction, and don't use the city services. That's sheer blind stupidity, that policy.
Now let's talk about the billionaire John Castivides calling out Zohran's city-owned grocery stores. So Zohran claims that they're going to have staples like eggs and breads that will actually be affordable. And look at this video. This is not at all what that homeless shelter, grocery store, drug place is actually going to look like. They should add in the background a really loud train and the sound of an explosion from some fuel leak that had happened from the train in the past. I mean, just gunshots, add that in the background to make this more realistic. So here is a clip of John reacting to Zohran's victory.
Biggest problem, my biggest concern, law and order. He doesn't like the police department. He has the ability to put in judges that are not going to punish and do something wrong.
So Zohran wants to pretend that, oh, my policies are only going to affect the very wealthy people, yet why then were police officers quitting upon the news of Zohran becoming mayor? The thing that stood out to me most about this video is him explaining the budgets between Florida and New York and how so many people have fled from New York to Florida, and they have about around half of the budget of New York State and the city's budget, even though they have a way higher population. So he's asking, where did the money go? And where is this money for the grocery store, healthcare for migrants, and universal childcare? Where is all of that money actually going to go as well?
Streets in New York. People left New York. Now, Florida, 19,700,000 people, 23 million, New York, 1923. The budget for Florida is $120 billion. The budget for New York, for state and New York City, $360 billion. Where's the money?
Where is the money? That's what we want Zohran to answer, because now he comes out saying that we have a budget crisis. What are you doing with the money that is already a part of New York's budget? And instead of explaining the programs that you're going to be funding and how that's going to be beneficial to Americans, he's just simply asking for more money. This is a person who is trying to convince people that throwing more money around is going to solve anything. And the billionaires are saying this is crazy. So John had threatened to close down his grocery stores because while they're increasing property taxes and taxes on everybody else, making it harder because you need permits and licenses to open up and run small businesses, meanwhile, their city-owned grocery store isn't going to be paying rent, not going to have to pay for all these taxes, and they of course say that grocery stores have very thin margins. So John Cassimatidis has grown some of the biggest, nicest grocery stores in New York and then said that he was going to close them down when he got elected. At the same time, he claims that once people make the decision to leave, they're not going to come back.
This is a joke. I mean, nobody that's gone down to Florida is coming back. What was the old expression? Slim and none? I won't use the third word. Slim and none. About people that went to Florida, went to Texas, they're not coming
She's kind
back.
of saying the quiet part out loud, right? We just want you back so you can fund our far left policies in the state.
It won't happen. It won't never happen. And right now, I'm worried about New York because once they want to lower the estate tax, and I'm over a certain age. I'm eligible for estate tax. My kids will hate me if I don't move to Florida because they want. But they're punishing not only the rich. They're not only punishing the billionaires and the millionaires. They want to reduce the estate tax from $7 million down to $750,000. Everybody's house in New York is worth $750,000. So they want to punish everybody.
Yeah. It's a really good point. Zohran is coming after Americans, everybody. Increase the taxes on everybody to fund people who are not from here, to give them housing and food and childcare for free. If they're going after us today, they're going after you tomorrow. An attack on New York is an attack on all of America. And he responded again to Zohran by saying, fight, fight, fight. We're not going to surrender New York. And ultimately, Zohran is going to find out that the businesses, the corporations, these billionaires are the ones who are actually in power in New York. It has recently been exposed that New York City has spent $72 million on the stairs going up to the Capitol. And people are saying that this is around $1 million per stair. So nobody is buying into Zohran's lies that they need all of this billions of dollars for a free train and stuff. It just looks like fraud and corruption. Super exciting videos are coming, so triple, quadruple check that you are subscribed. Make sure your whole family, all your cousins, all your friends are subscribed. Thank you. Bye.
Alright guys, in this room, you have to switch on the television, then grab the mechanical part and move to the dark area close to the door and wait for the blind man to appear. Once he arrives and distracted by TV, run
Wait, horrifying. Help me, they're going to invade my Muslim men
I've talked to you about the details of this horrific in Leamington because some of the details here are absolutely appalling, and I'm sharing them with you for full transparency about what happened in that case, but I also give a warning before I do about some of them. 2 Afghan asylum seekers dragged a 15-year-old girl into a secluded area of Auckland, and the girl cried out for help. Indeed, she managed to record her begging of a passing woman. At one point, a woman is heard asking the 15-year-old, "Are you all right?" The girl replies, "No, help me, please help me. So many people have walked past me. I want to go home. Please, please, help me, help me. They are going to me. So I eventually managed to get away and recorded several self-typed videos demonstrating what they say was extreme distress, crying and hyperventilating. She could be heard sobbing, "Oh my God, I've just got effing kidnapped. I thought I was going to be dead. Every single one of these people are driving past me. Help me, someone." Please, please help me. Why is no one helping me? Please, someone. A mother said in a victim impact statement, "We have watched our vibrant, happy and confident daughter shrink down and suffer from anxiety so bad that she's often physically sick. This has affected every aspect of her life. Something broke in all of us that day." The two Afghans who were living in the hotel and had just arrived by boat have been sentenced to 10 and 9 years in prison. The Telegraph reports that Jan Johansen turns 18 in less than a month and will be automatically deported after serving his sentence. But the court heard that his date of birth was unknown. So an age assessment has been carried out by specialists. So I wonder then how we know that he turns 18 in a month if we don't actually know this individual's date of birth. And therein lies a very, very big part of a very, very big problem. We have no idea who these people are. We barely know.
Nothing, yeah. Thank you, Lost Bulgari. Thank you.
And the rage that I feel about this story, and the rage that you feel about this story, this kind of actually, I find genuinely barely containable rage. Leads to perhaps a desire to bring in a few troubling ends of ideas about what should happen next. And I would be quite candid with you, quite a few of those ideas have flickered through my mind in the last 24 hours. But I am trying extremely hard not to let the jerk in knee-jerk win. However, as the people of Crowborough, where 600...
Because I'm not swapping over Black Widow.
This is gonna be a hard tourney then.
Don't yell at me or else I'll miss all my shots.
The scores from last round, I would screenshot it and I would circle it 100 times and DM it to her. I could not be in the scenario. Kingsman is not a hater, and I respect that. However, I'm a hater. You ever see that skit with Obama doing a speech and he's like being the translator?
So maybe you can chill the hell out for like a second.
I will be the hater for you, Kingsman. He would be like, guys, they're gonna run triple support and we're gonna get dove on and we're gonna lose the tournament. Wait on! You can't hit a shot! You're gonna get dove! You're gonna die! 2-8! Switch the character! And I'd be like, that's what he wants to say, dude.
Because I'm not swapping over Black Widow.
This is gonna be a hard tourney then.
So this video has been going pretty viral recently. Why do young women hate men? So much for misogyny. Hey, it's Christine Grace. Welcome back to my channel. Today is another reaction video. Like the video on your way in. Let's get straight into it. So this video has been going crazy viral on X. I know it's got like an insane amount of views on YouTube, but I've seen clips of it everywhere. Everyone's talking about it. But yeah, you can probably guess what the video is about. It's an English video, which has quite caught my attention because it's rare to see British people outside of the mainstream media talking about this. So for years we've wrung our heads around the manosphere, the misogynist influences like Andrew Tate exploiting a generation of disillusioned and impressionable lost boys. But what about radicalized young women? Let's check it out.
Scarlett, you conducted the exclusive polling for this piece, and there are some really fascinating results. One of the starkest findings was how negatively young women feel towards men compared with the other way around. Can you unpack some of those statistics?
Yeah, I think out of everything we found, this is what jumped out the most to me. I think we're very used to hearing about young men's negative views of young women's and sort of misogyny amongst young men. But
from who? From who are you hearing this? From the BBC? From Netflix? From that rubbish show that they created? What was it? The Adolescents? You know, who are you actually hearing this from? You're just reading the headlines and you're actually conducting research, because if you conduct research, which I'm sure they're about to divulge, young men don't hate young women at all.
This really struck me because we found that 72% of young men have a favourable view of young women, 7%, so not very many really, have an unfavourable view of young women. When it comes to women under 30, though, only 50% have a favourable view. The unfavourable view of men goes up to 21%, and then under 25 women, it's just 35% of young women who have a favourable view.
I can't believe the fact that they're acting shocked by this. You live in the world. Anyone who lives in the world and hasn't got their head in the sand knows this is true.
And if you go into very favourable, actually positive and unfavourable, but you say very positive, it's just 11% of under 25 women. So we are looking at an environment where young women feel a lot more negatively towards young men than the other way around.
It's really interesting because I think if you sort of, as a casual observer of some of the discourse about sort of gender politics and particularly the manosphere, you'd assume that this sort of rift between young women and young men was driven by young men's opinions and behaviours. Perhaps it is. We'll get more into the reasons behind some of these figures. But really, I mean, it's much more stark on the side of women's attitudes.
Exactly, and it's
really. Do these women ever stop to think why the manosphere exists? Why it's so easy to get into the manosphere space? Why there's so many channels just like mine that have endless content to react to from women hating men? Do they ever think about that? Because there is an abundance of hatred towards men. There is an abundance of misandry. Me and channels like me are proof of that. Because there's so much evidence out there. Where's the misogynist channels that aren't just fishing for something to call misogyny? Where's the misogynist reaction channels just like mine, where they are reacting to endless TikToks, endless clips, endless posts from women's own admission, talking about how they hate men, talking about how badly they view men, talking about how they want to, undo the patriarchy, talking about how they want to take power away from men, talking about how men basically aren't human, talking about how they want to unalive men. They don't exist. Because the misogyny that these people are talking about is a phantom. It doesn't actually exist. This monster misogynist that we've created, that people love to, coin onto Andrew Tate for some reason. I guess it's the most prominent figure that's come out of, the manosphere, I guess, whatever. It's a phantom. Because even Andrew Tate, yes, he has a very derogatory view towards women in some instances, but in other instances, you could argue otherwise. But even Andrew Tate, I've not actually seen him say anything that's like outright outright, I hate women. Have I seen him say some derogatory things towards women? Of course I have. But this is Andrew Tate. This is one guy who's very out, right? This one guy versus the majority of women who I don't even have to stretch to make it seem like they've said something misandrous. It's just blatant, in your face, outward hatred towards men. I don't even have to, stretch to find it because it's everywhere. We're surrounded by it. So I think their supposed shock that this is some kind of revelation that actually, oh, do you know what? Men don't hate us. It's just us hating the men. I think it's really disingenuous from these, I guess, so-called journalists. Because do you live in the world? Seriously. Props to them for bringing this data out. I will say that. I will always say credit where credit is due. Props to them for even talking about this, because I can imagine, I don't know much about this channel, but I would imagine that this probably isn't favourable for them. They probably have women, maybe a fairly female one. So props to them for bringing this data to someone's attention. But can you believe it? Can you believe it? We were so misguided, Women aren't as innocent as we thought we were. Please stop, because it's really disingenuous. It's really disingenuous. You live in the world. You know how women talk about men. So please stop with the Please stop with the nonsense. But honestly, can we talk about something I've actually noticed about men? Because I feel like guys overcomplicate improving their looks when honestly the biggest difference is usually the simplest stuff. I'm telling you right now, clear skin makes a huge difference. Like I've seen it with guys in my life. The ones who actually take care of their skin just look more put together and it's not really close. I've actually been working with T Chandler recently, which is why this is on top of my mind. I gifted my dad a T Chandler bottle about a month ago, which is this full skincare system made specifically for men. So you're not guessing what to use or doing a million different steps, which Dad actually found really useful as a guy who's never used skincare before. Men's skincare wasn't really a thing in his era, so yeah, another double standard, might I add. I'm not even joking, the smell, so good. Clean and fresh, like you can just tell when a guy actually has a routine, and I can tell that Dad feels a lot better for it. He's also told me that he's really enjoying it. And genuinely, this is probably the easiest upgrade you can make for someone. You can get in shape, you can dress better, but if your skin is dull and tired, it kind of cancels everything out. It's super simple too. Face wash, scrub, AM moisturizer with SPF, and PM moisturizer, and it takes like 2 minutes. There's a reason creators all over YouTube stick with this. It just works. And from a girl's perspective, we notice. It's one of those things that just makes you look more attractive without even trying. So if you want to get a level up, click the link below and get up to 40% off your first box plus a free gift. Choose between a premium dot bag or a balls powder to clean down there. It's a small change, but it makes a big difference. Back to the video.
Not even reciprocated, on the young men's side. It really is unbalanced with young women feeling much more motivated.
Yeah, and Emily, you spent
call it what it is. It's misandry.
A lot of time with this demographic of young women for your feature. How was this negativity towards men shaping their lives? How did it come out when you were speaking to them?
I was really, really surprised by how negatively they spoke about men.
I was so shocked.
And I mean, some of them still had boyfriends and still were dating, although some of them were even quite negative about the men they were dating. One girl I spoke to was like, I can't imagine my boyfriend at the pub with his friends talking about political issues, whereas that's basically all me and my friends talk about. So, she felt quite scathing towards, even though she loved him, she felt quite scathing towards, and some women I spoke to basically swore off him completely, said they were uninterested in them, didn't have male friends. They all said they would not date a man who didn't share their basic views, and women and men don't have exactly the same politics, and that's going to become more tricky if women are just totally not up for dating a man who disagrees with them on the core issues. They read that as an absolutely uncompromising moral standard.
Yeah, I thought that was really interesting.
The most modern people know where they get their ideas from, they just follow what everyone else is doing.
Because it becomes really pronounced when it gets down to particular political and social issues. So
because they're the same people that say they want leaders and providers, but yeah, the man is different. He says, hey, we're going this way, we're doing this. Oh no, he's abusive, he's controlling, oh help me.
6 in
tense. They would find it difficult to date someone who disagreed with them on the Palestine-Israel conflict.
Social media has ruined us.
Or who didn't share their views on Donald Trump.
I give up.
And Emily, did you get a sense of why? I mean, you spoke to some influencers actually. We often talk about these influences in the manosphere who are leading boys astray. But in a way, there's something sort of reflecting what's going on the male side of things going on for women. Have they been sort of influenced by things that they were saying?
Yes, I think men and women are looking at very, very different internets now. Men and women. Like the women I spoke to said they were worried about what the men were looking at online. They were worried about Andrew Tate and people like that.
Yeah.
Whereas I spoke to an influencer who posts very, very different content. Very sort of anti-imperialist, very pro-Palestine, very anti the government, anti-Stalin, anti-Trump. But also there is mixed in content about, and with her, people like her, about toxic masculinity, about manufacturing victimhood, things like that. It all kind of blurs into a larger online space where that has a significant antipathy towards men alongside
Yeah, I found it interesting actually. That's something that I've come across on my own feed. You know, lots of, you know, as a mum of a first child, she's a toddler, I've got a lot of parenting content coming through on Instagram Reels in particular, and there's a lot of women basically being so horrible about their husbands and the fathers of their children.
Totally.
You know, weaponised incompetence and all of these kind of buzz phrases. And I come off it. I don't recognise that in my own partner or many people that I know, but I do get a sense that there is a lot of frustration.
Did you catch that? Did you catch that? How do we slow this down?
There is a lot of...
She wanted to say hatred. She knows what it is. Why can't she say it? Just say it!
There's a sense that there is a lot of...
And then she stopped herself. Not good. Just bloody say it. If you're going to be a journalist and claim to strive for truth, bloody speak the truth and say what you think. Because it is hatred. Say it how it is, because if the shoe was on the other foot and men were saying even an ounce of what women go online and say about them, you would call it hatred, you'd call it hate crime. You would say men ought to be locked up for saying things like that. So just say it for what it is.
There is a lot of frustration and hatred for the old.
There you go, she brought herself to say it.
It's exactly 100%. The girls I spoke to, I didn't put this in the piece, but they all watch this content about brides being humiliated at their weddings by their husbands. That's a real genre of content. I think a lot of these skits are, maybe they're scripted, but they'd all watch this stuff and that was a specific thing for them. That's just, men can be so horrible and interesting.
Almost like to drive their rage.
Yeah, I think a lot of it, just as you see these skits drive to enrage men, there is the same version for women as well.
Yeah. And what is making...
For sure, that's a fair point.
Women feel so disaffected, Scarlett, who you've studied in this polling. I mean, you find that they're very, very pessimistic about their own economic outlook.
Yeah. They're hugely pessimistic about their own economic outlook. They don't think the economy is working for them, which I think is partly then why they have a more favourable view of communism than capitalism, why they think the economy is stacked against them in a way that the young men feel less strongly. And what I find about that is I think it's really interesting because I think...
Which is funny, isn't it? Because actually the economy is serving women far better than it is men right now.
It's very clear to me that the economy is not working for young people generally. You know, if you look at the youth unemployment rate, if you look at student loans, it's very hard to make your way as a young person, I think, at the moment in this country. But I think what's interesting is that young women feel so much more pessimistically about it than young men, even though actually they're all in a bad situation, but women are in a better position than men overall. So, you know, female youth employment stats are much better than male ones. Again, female earnings now for these younger generations have surpassed male earnings. So actually, yes, I think it's sort of absolutely right that they're feeling frustrated, but I still can't quite explain how much more pessimistically they feel, and that is even more pronounced actually amongst, like, it's a bit of an awful pollster term, but you know, about ABC1 women rather than C2DE. So sort of middle class, more affluent young women in this country are the ones that feel those negative feelings towards the economy.
Liberal white women.
Towards how that system works, and much more pessimistic about their life chances than those from more working class backgrounds and in more working class professions.
That's really interesting. And did you find that those more middle class professional women had a more negative view of men than the...
Yeah, and they had a more negative view basically across the board as well.
Right.
So they were more likely to think the country is racist, for example, more likely to think that the country is sexist, more likely to feel pessimistic about their own chances, more likely to feel pessimistic about
anything and everything, basically. They're just miserable bitches. I'm sorry.
How the economy works, basically anything you can mention, that they were more negative.
And Emily, did you get any insight at all into why that might be? Because obviously, and you mentioned some of the issues that generation are facing there, Scarlett, you know, housing shortages, high student debt, and men are in that position too. So why is it that women are coming out with a different outlook?
It's a really good question. I mean, I think a big part is the internet. Your polling showed that women who are more online feel a lot of this stuff more strongly, are more worried about things like abortion rights and the environment. I think they would put, if you ask them, their main answer is women are more empathetic than men. We naturally experience misogyny from a young age.
Oh, we want to kill our offspring. Why? Because we're the more empathetic sex. Duh.
We experience sexual violence, or we witness sexual violence. We experience sort of, a lot of them had what could be almost reactionary way of talking about sort of, we experience physical pain, and that in our bodies creates this greater sense of feeling and empathy compared to men. It's a very sort of biologically essentialist way, in a way, of talking about what's politics.
Yeah, I thought it was quite interesting hearing these young women who are extremely progressive in their values and their mindset, also saying things that you kind of expect from an older, you know, maybe less online generation, like, oh, they're just different, you know.
Yeah, they really root it in their biology.
Yeah.
And they would say, yeah, we've experienced that, and therefore, you know, I've experienced misogyny, and therefore I can now empathise with people who experience...
Have you though? Have you though?
Racism, if they're white, for example, or, you know, classism, and we can just start caring about things. Men never started feeling oppression, so they've never had to care. And I think, you know, that there's obviously a point in that. There obviously, you know, I think a lot of young women growing up will have experienced a friend who suffered sexual violence, if not them. There are those kind of things that can make you aware. But I think also then they go on the internet and it completely reinforces those beliefs and tells them
it's everywhere,
that you should be concerned, and it's a very, very moral issue to not be, and it's a problem if you're not concerned. And you shouldn't be relaxed, and their friends feel that way, and it's a sort of vicious cycle.
Yeah, there's an interesting interview that you do with someone who was on one of those student pro-Palestinian encampments during protests, and they were struck, this woman who you spoke to, sorry, I can't remember her name in peace, she was struck by how something had happened, some terrible thing had happened in Gaza, and the women there were crying, whereas the men were like, oh, let's just talk about logistics of our next action.
Yeah.
And that for her summed up that men couldn't sort of feel what was going on as empathetically.
Thank God for men, is what I would say in that scenario. Thank God someone's actually able to, you know, have a real conversation about things. Can you imagine if you needed heart surgery and you went in and your surgeon was just crying over the situation instead of performing the heart surgery well? Yeah, thank God for men.
Yeah, that was Ash. She was really frustrated with men she worked with in campaigning for Palestine, which was basically her whole life. Like, she said that she spent way more time on that than her studies. And she found it very difficult that the men would drop in ways to give speeches and sort of take the limelight, but then they didn't feel as deeply, and she viewed that as a sort of just a failure of empathy, basically. They couldn't quite stretch themselves. It was still...
For the so-called empathetic sex, they sure do struggle to put themselves in another person's shoes. You know, try and take the logical, empathetic approach. Like, that person isn't crying. The logical response would be, maybe they're just able to focus on the matter at hand, maybe they care enough to put their emotions out of it, to give someone the positive benefit of the doubt. But no, the so-called more empathetic sex says he's a misogynist, he's evil, he's basically the next emperor of the world because he's not crying. Yeah, totally sane people that we're dealing with here.
About ego, even when, and actually the girls I spoke to at Leeds University as well said that they felt that when men were involved in like social justice issues, it would be by far the most when they're sort of running for politics, like running for the university's Green Society or something. They'd be.
So what? So what? I'm not being funny. If you care about an issue and it's getting spoken about, that's a net good. Like, this is what I say, like, these women are just miserable bitches, and I'm sorry to use that language, but it's true. Because if you actually care about the issue at hand, you care about the issue at hand, in which case anyone talking about it, no matter what their intentions are, is good, because you're raising awareness, and if the right people are talking about it, it's going to implement change, right? But these women would rather less people talk about it, but the people who are talking about it be really upset and crying about it, and too emotional to actually get anything done, than the logical, rational answer, which would be get as many people talking about it as possible in order to implement some kind of change, whatever it may be. So that should just show you the level of sanity that these people have. Liberal white women, man. Dangerous species.
More likely to do that than they would be to do a protest on another issue. They'd never touch feminist society. They wouldn't touch social justice issues that don't involve self-promotion. That's their feeling.
So what? So what?
And they felt that that extended into their personal relationships as well, didn't they? They felt that a man would call out misogyny if they fancied the woman who they were defending, but if not, they weren't really sort of saying things to their friends. You shouldn't say that.
Yeah, they're very, very frustrated with the young men in their personal lives. They feel like they will make racist jokes and sexist jokes, and they'll laugh at them, they won't.
If you don't make those jokes, I don't want to call for it.
They won't stand up unless it's a very specific.
Oh my gosh, there's nothing more dreaded than a social justice warrior.
Well, Scarlett, you talked about the sort of contrast in terms of class, but actually there's quite interesting stuff coming out of your research about the differences in outlook between white women and those from an ethnic minority background. So you might expect women of colour to be more likely to, to say that they feel the country is racist, for example, because they're more likely to be on the receiving end of racism, but it's actually the opposite.
You can't make it up!
It's the opposite way around. So yeah, white women in this country, young white women, sorry, I should specify, think that the country is racist. Ethnic minority women do not overall think it.
Because we're teaching critical theory in our universities. I was taught this.
Is racist. They're actually tied on the question, but they're significantly less likely to say that it's racist than their white peers. And I think that's interesting. That's interesting in and of itself, but that it extends into other issues as well. So actually, young ethnic minority women are much more likely to say they feel valued by the country. They're much more likely to say they feel positively about improving their life chances. About things like being in a better position than their parents, about earning a decent amount, getting a house one day. All of these issues, they feel like they're much more positive and have more of a stake potentially in societal forward than their white peers.
Yeah. There's something going on there, but I don't know if I'm allowed to talk about it. I don't know, there's something going on there. I would be intrigued to know where this data collection was done. I have a feeling it's in cities, and I'm also aware of a certain population that is growing within the UK cities, and that population, I know, benefits greatly from the liberal white women buying into the propaganda that the country is racist and doomed to fail in order for this population to succeed. I'm being very careful with my words because I do live in the UK, unfortunately.
That's fascinating, because a lot of the undercurrent of your piece and of your research is that this generation of women they don't like the country, they don't feel a sense of national pride, they don't feel like it's giving much to them, and they don't feel like they have a place.
Most people who live in this country do not have national pride. That is a fact. Most. And I have lived in the cities my whole life. I was born and raised in London, and I know for a fact that this is a fact. Most people are indifferent about it. They don't have, like in America, you guys have quite a strong sense of patriotism. Either it's not there at all or it is. But most people here, there's not a real sense of patriotism, because in this country, if you show any sign of patriotism, you get called a racist. And it is that bad. It is that bad. If you have, you know, a St. George's flag or a Union Jack, you will be called a racist.
In this country. Does that come up?
Yeah, absolutely. Ash said there's nothing for me here.
So leave. If you don't like this country, leave.
I don't think anyone was positive about Starmer. And, you know, these are. I don't think any of them felt.
We can all agree on that.
Positive about Britain in any way, even if they had personal goals they were excited for, which a lot of them didn't. They didn't feel. They felt incredibly pessimistic about the way the country was going. They were terrified about reform specifically.
They're bored. They've got nothing going for themselves, so they just whine about everything.
But even the government as it is, which you know, they were just very, very negative about.
Yeah, and that has implications, you know, real world implications potentially, because one of the reasons they're terrified of reform, and one of the, you know, perhaps one of the reasons why they're reluctant to start a family is that they don't have much hope in their sort of future economic circumstances, but they're scared that reform might sort of, I don't know, force them into family values that they don't have, for example.
Yes.
And, you know, this is such a conversation on the left and right, is the falling birth rate. And there's a discrepancy, again, with how likely young women are to feel that they would like to have children compared with what young men think.
Yeah, and so we're still talking about quite small numbers here, but young women are much less likely than young men to say they would like children. And again, this is particularly pronounced amongst white women under 30. One in 5 of them say they would not like children. And that's not sort of like now, that's ever. And obviously they might change their views over time and all the rest of it, but they're sort of starting out their journey in terms of viewing relationships or rich people with that view in mind, in a way that the young men their age don't seem to be to the same extent.
Yeah.
Because women are the target of the propaganda. Women are the intended target, and it's working very well.
Did you speak about, you know, starting families with the women that you...
Yeah, a lot of them were not sure. Some were anti, a lot weren't sure, but they'd spoken. All of them definitely didn't want kids by 30. And I spoke to one girl who'd done some polling of herself just in her year group. She just asked, and I think she asked like 15 young men and 15 young women, and almost all the young men said they wanted kids by 30, and like basically none of the young women.
That's so interesting.
And I think, and they would view that as totally like, well, it's men's fault for not doing enough. They see scary things about trad wives on the internet. Right. They see scary things about reform. They see pro-maternity, pro-natalist policies that scare them. They see things about abortion rights that scare them, and it's just, you know, there's not really an obvious. They don't see any obvious reason to have it.
And so this gets in the way of relationships between young men and women, presumably, although some of the women you spoke to did go out with men. But also, it has implications in terms of party politics. I think every interviewee in your piece were talking about voting Green, I think, or potentially Labour.
Right, let me explain this to you guys. I'm going to do a video on this. I'm going to do a video talking about the state of my country because it's really sad. Right, there are a bunch of political parties in this country. You have the Conservatives, you have the Labour Party, which is basically the Liberal Party, and you have a bunch of other parties. And essentially the Green Party is just this, like, nothing-y party. Now, what's happened is the Conservatives are no longer polling to win at the next election. Reform, which is a new party, which is headed by Nigel Farage, which has essentially become the new Conservative movement. Because people lost faith in Conservatives because for many years in recent history, in the kind of Tony Blair era, the whole war in Iraq, all that kind of stuff, people lost faith in the UK political system. People started to realise, and this was a common saying when I was growing up, is that it doesn't matter which way you vote, left or right, they're both two sides of the same coin. So no one really felt like voting for Labour or Conservative was much different. So Conservatives have unfortunately lost the trust of the public, and therefore Reform has basically come into things. Labour, given that our current Prime Minister, our current government is a Labour government, they have been for quite a few years now, no one is happy with the current government. So Reform are projected to win at the next election, which is essentially, like I say, new conservatism. However, the Liberals don't want to vote for Labour because, like you quite rightly heard, even the Liberals are annoyed with the current Labour Party. So they're going to vote for the Green Party, just as a way to try and not get Reform to win. They would rather a maniacal, psychopathic party with no real principles or policy get in instead of Reform. Just because Reform are more anti-immigration, conservative-leaning, pro-natalist. It's crazy. I'll do a separate video talking on the state of my country right now, but yeah, I just wanted to explain that to you in case you guys across the pond don't know.
Have you noticed a split in terms of voting intention?
There is a split in terms of voting intention, and
I mean, we've seen the data on this for years.
And again, it's not the split that people think necessarily. I mean, it is and it isn't. So I think again, they were part of this narrative about young men, and actually Reform themselves were leaning into this because I think it helped them to feel like they were very had a huge appeal amongst young men, even if not women. But actually young men are still less likely to vote for Reform than any other generation of men. They're some of the least likely to vote Reform in the country. Most voting intention polls actually have young men just as likely to vote Green as Reform, if not more likely to vote for the Greens. So it's not that this is being
Where are they speaking to these young men? Are they on university campuses by any chance?
Driven by young men in terms of their voting going dramatically to the right. But what is happening is that young women are in huge numbers going to the left. Now we could even see this was visible at the last election, even when the Greens didn't do very well overall, or they did actually have the best electoral performance, but still the sorts of numbers we're now seeing in the polls. And that has only grown since then. And I think when you look into their views of these figures and these parties, and I think what's quite interesting is I think what we're getting at is it's not just political questions. Their politics are underpinned by their values, which they don't want to compromise on, and which they hold very closely. Their ideological and cultural values comes first, and politics second. And partly as a result of that, they are relentlessly negative about Keir Starmer, about the Labour Party, and I think a lot of this hasn't been priced in, because I think a lot of Labour, or I think they may be waking up to it now, but just think these women will come home. I think they just think, yeah, they're a bit cross. Okay, fine. They don't like us very much. They don't like all the stuff we do with the flag. Whatever it is. But ultimately, they will come back to us, because that's what young women and sort of slightly older young women do. And actually, what we're seeing is that it looks like they're just going to go further away.
Yes, it's really interesting, because I do remember sort of in the Cameron years writing about David Cameron's woman problem. The Conservatives could never sort of do better among women than Labour eventually.
Some people, I think, could be in for quite a nasty surprise.
It all seems to be intertwined right now. You can imagine why this video has gone quite viral. I'm just going to take a quick look at the comments here. I've got to admit, as a man, I was waiting to hear how this was my fault. They managed to get through the whole interview without using the word misandry. Extraordinary. Yep, that's exactly what I said. If you're surprised by this, you've been living in an echo chamber. Love this. The fact that this is all framed as interesting rather than tragic shows the massive avoidance of culpability. I absolutely agree, and I am so pleased to see that these are the top comments on that video. This is not just an interesting thing. This is not just something that's like, oh, isn't that fascinating? Let's stand behind the glass and have a look. No, this is affecting all of us right now, and it's only getting worse. And so far as I can see, women are doing absolutely nothing, even women who are so-called aware of the situation, to actually encourage other women to change their mindset. To say this is wrong and it's not helping any of us, instead of just, oh, I'll comment on it, I'll raise awareness about what's going on, but I won't actually give my input. And that's what concerns me. But that's just what I think. Why don't you let me know what you think in the comment section below. As always, if you enjoyed today's video, please do give it a thumbs up on your way out. Be sure to subscribe to the channel and hit that notification bell to keep up to date with all of my content. And if you have a video for me to react to, you can send it over to me via my email. It's christinegracesmith@outlook.com. And if you'd like to consider donating to the channel, you can do that by clicking the links in the description at buymeacoffee.com or via PayPal. As I said, guys, I'm working on a couple of latest Lunacy episodes, which I'm hoping you're going to enjoy, to hopefully go into some of these issues a bit more in depth. But until then, I'll see you very soon in the next one. Take care, guys. Bye-bye.
VTuber pointing out misleading titles and clickbait titles about herself.
Hey, sorry for the serious video here, but I need to talk about some things that have been brought to my attention regarding some of the videos that I've been seeing pop up on YouTube nowadays. The clipping community, I think, is one of the most important parts of this gaming ecosystem. As many people don't have the time to watch their whole stream and like to see general highlights and clips of their favorite streamers when they have the time.
Best example of this is Queso. Look at Queso. Queso popped the fuck off because of those clips. Those clips were insane. He's great, but the way that a lot of people discovered him was off platform with clips. Clips are really important. Absolutely.
Different things that cause a streamer to get more attention, and in my case, getting clips from a few clippers back in the day really helped people find out about me.
Yeah.
I had my own stuff and my own personality that really helped boost me, but back then, I didn't push on YouTube. And those clippers ended up bringing a lot of really great viewers to my streams that I know are still around in my community today.
That's nice. Usually my clippers, outside of my characters, usually the clips that get posted of me, they have the opposite effect.
The streamer are still a really huge part in the image that's being shown to everybody. They say that the community reflects the streamer, and I would definitely say that's true.
Sometimes, yeah.
My mod team, my friends, and
To an extent.
everyone I interact with, and just how I act in general, is a really big part in shaping my community. It directly influences them. I act and the way that they deal with other people. It also goes the same way for the viewers. Oftentimes you learn about a streamer from a friend, a tweet, a TikTok, or in this case, a clip. They're really good clippers that help you learn about the streamer, and then they're the ones that are disrespectful. I've never had a huge problem with clips because I've been fortunate enough to have really kind fans and respectful ones that run these accounts and listen to my boundaries and would delete clips or rename things if it was ever getting to a point that would make me feel uncomfortable in any way. But recently, there have been a numerous amount of these channels popping up that have been so incredibly
Now she's about to get to it.
gross to see that it's been putting off not only me, but my community and communities adjacent. These people are doing this
Let
by
me
not-
guess, before we see him. It's sexual innuendo that is implied in the title with a suggestive thumbnail, and the clip isn't actually that. I bet that's what it is.
It's producing these extremely misleading clickbaity videos that oftentimes have nothing to do with the actual content being shown.
Yeah.
Actually, I would like to say that pretty much every single video that we have seen has been extremely misleading. Let me show you.
Okay.
Here's just an example of one of the accounts that I've been seeing lately. There's a
How could anyone have predicted this? Look at the picture. Look at the picture. She's on a fucking leash.
Always making fun of it because the titles were so stupid recently and completely untrue. Then we saw this one, then we saw this one, and then we saw this one. This account was brought to my mod's attention.
I need a boyfriend. I want to fuck. I like hearts. Dude. Who's running this channel?
Via a ticket in our Discord server, and as you can see, the content is very obviously uploaded with the intent to mislead viewers. I understand that a lot of people have a deep interest in a streamer's personal life for some reason, even though
For
me
some
myself,
reason.
I'm pretty open about a lot, and despite that, people still want to know more about the sexual stuff or my actual personal relationship.
Well, of course they do. I mean, you like the thing is that this is we gotta get down. Let's just come to Jesus here about this, all right? People design VTuber avatars to be attractive to men. That's what it is, and there's a reason why this character has huge tits. and why she's attractive, why she's wearing a collar. And yeah, of course, obviously, this might be the girl's aesthetic decision as well, but it sure seems like those aesthetic decisions sure seem to be more popular, right? And so you have a situation where you have people that are, you're selling to a degree a sexual experience in the way that you present this character. And I think this is unique to VTubing in one way, is that when you're a female and you're a real, I know you guys might not believe this, but they do exist. If you're a real life female, you don't really have as much control over your body appearance as you do if you VTube. You could make yourself a demon, you could make yourself have huge tits or no tits, right? You could make your character look however you want. But the reason why people create characters that look this way is because they are the most appealing and they attract male viewers. And that is probably the majority of people that watch content like this is male viewers. I would assume it's probably over 90% male viewers. So what ends up happening is that when you create content that's made to attract men through a sexual desire, you will have those people go too far. Now, it doesn't justify that behavior, and it's still bad to do, but you have to look at why this is happening. You can't go and say, I don't know why this is happening. It's obvious why this is happening. It's obvious. And I'm not one of these, blaming the girls for it, or, oh, you shouldn't wear that. I'm not this kind of a guy. I think girls should be able to wear and do whatever they want. But let's not be intellectually dishonest too. There's a reason why you create the character to look this way, and why you do this. Now, these people are over the line, they're creepy and weird, 100%. They do this with every female streamer.
Passerbys would go by, see clips like this, and look at these titles and be like, what the hell, and click on them. Because they're clickbaity titles, right? You can agree with that.
Yeah.
Just judging by this, you can already tell it's not like any normal clip you would see of a fan that actually likes me and my content. I need a boyfriend.
I don't see that as being true. I think that there's plenty of people that like female streamers and they just like to goon to them. It's that simple. And I don't think that there's anything wrong with that either, as long as the female streamer is okay with it. There's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, I mean, like, I'll be honest, I think that's totally fine.
I want to fuck. I like hard sex. Drunk Numi on reason why she will be single forever. Drunk Numi is in need of a man. Drunk Numi's confession about hard sex. Numi is trying to fuck Buff so hard.
Oh,
and then you go ahead and you
Buff.
click on one of these videos.
You lean into this. I'm really right now. I had 2 buzzballs, White Claw, bro.
Immediately, you can tell the subtitles are inaccurate in talking about balls, like a man's genitalia, and not the fact that I'm just drinking a buzzball and alcoholic beverage during one of my streams. I feel him.
My life, bro. My life, bro.
I said, bro. But the subtitles say, I feel him. Numi is...
You know what's probably happening? Is that the person who's doing this is probably not a native English speaker. And they're just like, they are the strongest gooner in India, maybe. Or the strongest gooner in Yugoslavia. Or China. And they really like this girl. And that's it. It's AI. Yeah, all this is done with AI. Because I think this is probably what's actually happening. I think that people are creating these channels and the entire thing is done with AI and it's created entirely to make money. And I bet that tons of, like, every single streamer girl that I know has obsessed weird stalker accounts. But what's happening now is that the obsessed weird stalker accounts are getting eclipsed by these AI generated accounts that create the clips, they create the videos, they create the subtitles, they do the editing, they add all of this in, and they don't even do anything about it. Yugoslavia
Really
doesn't
in need
exist
of a man.
anymore, dude? Well, yeah, I mean, that's probably why this guy's doing this. He doesn't have a country anymore.
It's from a collab with me, Neuro,
Does it? That's
and
crazy.
Evil.
So adorable when you're angry. Please yell some more.
Showing this whole part so you can see how dumb and misleading it can be.
I don't want to yell.
You know what?
You know what?
What?
I'm quaking and shaking right now at your anger. Maybe you do have a bit of a fight in you.
Okay.
So honestly, just by looking at this video for a couple seconds, you know that this does not at all match the title of the video, nor does it match the thumbnail.
No.
It's clickbait.
It is.
Numi is not
True.
single anymore, which obviously is not true. Numi goes viral. Her sex on Mountain Truth will shock you.
India's strongest gooner. Maybe it's like some guy that lives in Italy.
That's what it is. It has to be, right? You mean weakest?
I don't recall ever having sex on a mountain or sex at all, but go off, I guess. You'll notice immediately on these videos that the comments
Look
are
at the name of the fucking account. Little girl. Uh-oh.
very negative. They're complaining about the fact that these videos do not match the title or the thumbnail. The content doesn't match because it's obviously misleading and it's pissing people off. Posting clickbait is how you get your kneecaps destroyed. These are the comments under the video called Numi is trying to fuck Buff so hard. And of course, that's not at all what I'm talking about in the video. And then you look at the comments, in which part of these whole 4-minute clips does Numi try to fuck Buff Pup? This is such a clickbait. This is so clickbait. How are your subtitles so inaccurate? Maybe learn some English. Maybe she's using speech recognition software.
Well, hey, look at this. Let's look at the suggestions. Numi finds out about Sender's new alerts. How Numi's first kiss led to one L after another. Iron Mouse about dating struggles. Numi will never find a boyfriend. Only a female could do this. And then, oh, here we go. Saruki will milk you dry. And then, in case that's not enough, and you've still got some left over, you've got Lola Bunny for roughly 4.5 minutes.
Generate the caption. It's AI generated crap. So this brings something else to the table.
She's right. She's smart.
All of these videos have the same kind of format. A very, very misleading title.
Yeah.
A very, very misleading thumbnail with the top having the same exact layout of text.
Yep.
Something extremely erotic. NSFW.
I do think that Lola Bunny should have never. They should have made, like, if that could.
Just something that you wouldn't or shouldn't
never
be
happened.
looking at on YouTube. I like hard sex. I want to screw. I want sex. I love
Oh,
balls.
this sounds like the next clip.
You guys include that if you want.
Yeah, there you go.
Because at least this is something that I'm actually saying. Something that me and my mods and my team have found out is that, yes, a common theme on videos like this, from this channel, this channel, this channel, this channel, and this channel. We realized when we looked at the More button, there's the About page. And you'll find that if you go to the About page, on every single one of these
Pyre is
channels,
down bad.
even the one with no videos, they all share a similar AI-generated description about their profile and their page. It's all very similar.
Bro, this is some random guy in some random European country, maybe some African country. And he is just... He is farming, bro. Like, yes, yes, it's a guy. In Yugoslavia? I didn't know they got rid of that one. They got patched out. Is Kazakhstan still a thing? Do they still have Kazakhstan, or did that one get patched out too? We saw, okay, all right, so yeah, it's a guy from Kazakhstan, exactly, yeah, there we go.
And then made us realize, oh, this is likely all ran by the same exact person.
Yeah, of course.
And the same exact person is using AI-generated stuff to create this content. I mean, look at the profile picture and the banner. This is AI-generated. And then you look and then you see it's the same exact way that they're doing everything because they're probably aware of the fact that these new accounts that they're making are likely going to get demonetized or taken off. So they just make a new one.
Yeah, of
they're
course.
making a bunch. Capitalize off of this as much as they can.
That's right. That's
and I
what
know
they
that
do.
it's bad enough that they're going after me, but they're also going after my friends like Lucy like Lily, with completely misleading
Lucy probably wants that, to be fair.
titles and completely misleading videos that have nothing to do with what's actually being talked about. Content aside, these kind of titles shouldn't even be on YouTube in the first place. How are these allowed? And then you go over, and then you look, and you sit here wondering to yourself, how is this kind of stuff allowed? Surely YouTube is going to be taking down this kind of content, right?
Yeah.
Then you go over and look at one of my friend's accounts, and notice that their ASMR account has been taken down. They deny her appeal, when all she's doing is ASMR. Just look at
The reason why is because it gets reported more often. Like, the truth is that the reason why these videos are up is because these channels are fucking irrelevant. Like 3,000 views. I was about to say up, dudes. 3,000 views, this is like nothing. So the reason why that girl's channel got deleted is because a lot of people reported it. So if a lot of people report something, it'll get removed, and that's why this person has a bunch of channels lined up, because they know what's going to happen. ASMR is lewd 90% of the time? Oh yeah, no, but I don't think 90%. I think it's more like 99%.
down at the comments, you're going to see how upset people are by the clickbait titles. They're going to complain and dislike it, but then you're also going to see a few people assume that I'm the one posting them, or that it's an actual fan posting them. It's not only giving off the impression that I'm misleading viewers, but this content in general is just overtly sexual and just untrue. One could argue that because I make offhand dirty comments on my stream, it would make sense for these videos to come up, which I know is a common theme with some of my videos regarding the games I play or the jokes that I make about my favorite anime characters and my lackluster love life. But I digress. There's a difference between that and misleading viewers in such a harmful way with content that would lead viewers to believing something that isn't real.
I think that doing this is a form of creep-shotting, basically, and this is a big... so there's a lot of people that have a problem understanding consent. I feel like about once a month we find out that there's a new streamer that doesn't understand what consent is. And so the big issue with women being sexualized and sexualizing themselves, the big problem is that a lot of people don't understand the nuance that women want to be the one that controls when they are sexualized and when they're non-sexualized. I don't think that women have a problem being sexy, but they do have a problem with people trying to make them look sexy when they're just trying to relax. And so they want to have control and not be, you know, sexualized without their consent, or I think in this case, against their consent, or be sexualized in a way that's, I would say not really misleading, but it's exploitative. And I don't know why this is such a big problem that a lot of people don't understand. But man, a lot of people really don't get this, do they? I don't get it. Because to me, like, growing up, like, this, I'm not going to get up on a soapbox about this, but, like, growing up, I was taught never to touch somebody. Never do that. Like, never be aggressive like that. Like, always that, like, of course. Like, I don't know why people do this. And that's a huge issue.
Even if people feel a certain way about me, when these videos become more popular, these accounts realize that they can profit off of these kinds of videos and just do the same exact thing with other streamers and other YouTubers and other YouTubers. And this stuff is just gonna get worse and worse. And
it's all over TikTok too.
Unfortunately, we put on the algorithm and deter viewers from looking at actual content of me or other streamers. It gives us the perception that this is how we are, when that's never really the case at all. It's also really interesting to know how these titles even slide in the first place. People can argue this and that, whatever.
The reason why they slide is because they use these different asterisks in order to avoid the YouTube auto-mock. And that's why they have so many channels, and they know what to censor, and they know how they can slide under the radar. It's because of what do you call it? Trial and error. Do you think you're the first person that this has happened to? No, this creep has probably done this to 10 other girls before her.
But on my streams, they're set to 18 and up because I'm aware of how bad my potty mouth is or how dirty my jokes can be. I'm so fortunate with my community that most of them can look at these videos and know that this isn't true because they actually watch my videos. Then there are going to be these people that want to get to know me or want to get to know some other streamers that's getting put on the spotlight.
Here's what the problem is, and this is what happens with a lot of girl streamers, and it's also an unintended secondary, like a second order outcome of or third order, I guess, outcome of OnlyFans, is that because a lot of girls on Twitch have OnlyFans, it creates a community of people that ask girls to make OnlyFans. And really, you might think that this is an innocent thing to say, but what you're effectively asking somebody to do is to sell porn of themselves. And if you had asked somebody to do this at like a work environment or something, this would make them very uncomfortable. And if you asked somebody to do this in real life, it would probably also make them uncomfortable. So what's happened is that you've had an increasingly more sexualized group of like content. And I think that it creates an expectation that people will create content like that. So when you have there's a lot of girl streamers that have this problem, that they create content that maybe sometimes every once in a while it's a little cutesy, maybe a little baity, a little showy, but for the most part they just basically do their stream and that's it. But when you have clippers that are creating a community of gooners around them, when that's not really what they're looking for, what ends up happening is those people come into that girl's stream expecting her to talk about hard sex, expecting her to talk about wanting to fuck, and then they start talking to her that way, and it probably makes her very uncomfortable. So that's you can see how this is a domino effect. I want you guys to kind of see how all these things fit together, because it's not something that happens immediately. It's like it happens and this happens and something else happens, right? Why are we giving attention to a Coomer baiting VTuber complaining about Coomer baiting VTubers? That's not what's happening. If you think that's the conversation, then that's not my fault.
And the wrong impression of it. And
yeah.
It kind of sucks. It really sucks. I have an audience that's well aware of me and my personality, so that it won't affect me as severely as it could affect other channels that we depend on clips. We don't have as many. And it sucks. It sucks that that's a thing. And it sucks that these channels are coming up. And I really just wanted to make this video to just showcase how silly these videos are. These channels are. These stupid AI-generated channels made by these people can lie about being a fan to hide their true intent of wanting to profit and monetize off of these poor viewers who have no idea about their streamer that they're watching. And like I said,
well, the average audience of the people that are watching that is probably 14. I would hope.
Know that I have my own content. I have a bunch of channels that even if they don't get as many views or this or that, I know that it's reaching my audience and they're getting to know me and know that I'm silly, I make dirty jokes sometimes, I'm goofy, I'm a girl failure, but I also as others game. I know it's the case with so many other people that are streaming. People can say like, oh, you deserve this, you deserve that. But you would hate if people would make up all of this fake shit about you too. It's not a matter of this or...
It's very simple. She obviously sexualizes herself on her stream, but it makes her uncomfortable when people sexualize her against her consent on different YouTube channels, especially when they're doing it on a false premise that didn't even happen. It's actually such an easy thing to understand. And if people can't understand that, I don't know what to say.
That it's a matter of what's real and what isn't. If you're gonna do a clickbaity gooner title, shouldn't it actually be a real fucking gooner thing? Jesus Christ!
No, because it gets less
if
views.
you're gonna do something like that, do it like my Azure Lane video with a big feed in the background. I don't know, man. I don't know. But I just hope that making a video like this will help bring to light how fucked up these channels can be. And if you do see these channels, to try your best to report them and get rid of them. I'm hoping that by making a video like this, we can all kind of band together every kind of community of somebody that's been affected by this, that we can all come together and we can mass report these accounts. You can bring up a menu and you can report the image or the title.
Yeah, sure.
You can report it for sexual content or spam or misleading content. And then hopefully, if enough of us band together with this, we can try our best to take down these accounts and hopefully help.
I don't know why you guys are saying, no, I don't want to do this, doubt, like, stupid and everything. Like, isn't it a bad thing that people are just making slop channels that are spamming posts that are fake about people? Like, I mean, isn't this bad, like, on a fundamental level? I feel like this is such a circumstantial, there's such a circumstantial pushback for this, and I don't really see why it's happening. It's a tiny issue? I don't think so. I actually think that it's a very common issue, and I think it'll become worse every single year. Because right now it's easier to do it with VTubers, but I think that this will happen to other female streamers, and I think it will happen with more types of fan bases and more types of media as well, as generative AI gets better.
Make the VTubing clipping sphere just a little bit more bearable. And I'm really sorry that I had to make something like this, but I think complaining about it on streams isn't gonna do any good because those aren't the things that are gonna get clipped anyway. And I guess the best way to go about it is to just talk to you like this and say, hey, that stuff is not me. Those videos are very misleading and they're preying on you and your views to benefit them. And if you guys want to actually good content,
So, chat, why are you confused? Well, I know this must be very upsetting for some people, but I'm really actually not that big of an incel. And you can talk to any girl that I've interacted with my entire history of streaming, and you're not going to find a single one that said I've done anything other than just be a joke. I'm not manipulative. I'm not rude. I'm not obnoxious to people or anything like that. I don't treat people that way. I'm sure that, you know, there's been friction with like maybe an ex-girlfriend or something like that, arguments, sure, but otherwise, absolutely not. I don't operate that way. I don't, to be honest, on a personal level, like at least a lot of my close friends, man, I don't know about every single one. Like a lot of, like, I don't know anybody that acts like that.
Incredible viewers of my community, my friends' communities, post just really good clips of me, my friends, or a bunch of other streamers that you know. They're out there, they're good, they're great, they are not AI, and they're doing so with the intent of helping you guys find the streamer that you like or the Oshi that you like without making you go, what? There's no way this is real. And most of the time, it is. Thank you guys. Thanks for listening if you made it to the end of this. And let's do our best to make a beautiful community this 2025. Love you guys.
I think that there are going to be a lot of people who have like a negative perception of this video because they might not like the fact that this girl, you know, kind of, I mean, like her character is designed to be sexually appealing to men. That's definitely true. But I think that you run into a double problem when you have people that take it too far and clip things that then turn it into being even more weird. So two other people that have been victims of this recently have been Senna and also Valkyrae. What's been happening with them is that people have taken comments or things that they've said on podcasts with Valkyrae's example, and they've taken it out of context and then turned it into being like a extremely crazy sexual context, and then reposted it with logos of like Steam or like Rubed or one of these other like gambling websites. And they're basically, so what they're doing is they're like sexualizing this person in a way that they didn't necessarily intend, and also profiting off of it, farming it. Like, I think that's really, it's kind of cringe, right? It's kind of cringe. I've seen it with Kai. Yeah, exactly. People are doing it with everyone. And no way she said that. Like, yeah, she keeps one in her drawer after stream. Like, I can think of a million fucking titles for this. And sexualizing yourself versus someone else sexualizing you, it's pretty simple. You know what? I thought so until I went online, and apparently fucking not. So I want to say that obviously Numi has to understand that people, like, if you have a character like this, there are a lot of people that are watching that can be your thing, and they're looking for a GFE. That's a girlfriend experience for anybody who actually has, you know, who's had a girlfriend before in real life. If you haven't, you already know what a GFE is, like I do. And so anyway, that happens, and yeah, big fucking surprise, this is how things go, right? This is exactly it. VTuber aren't incoming? Well, I don't know about that, right? Am I crazy for thinking that it's less egregious as an animated character? So here's where the problem is, and here's where it comes from. And it's the same issue that Senna and Valkyrae, and like there's a bunch of other people that obviously have had this happen too. The issue that they have is that when you have a ecosystem of people that are creating content that sexualize you against your consent and in ways that are unintentional, it's basically like taking upskirt photos. When you build a community like that, or like, you know, people that take photos of like a girl leaning over, it's like, remember back in the day, like any gaming female streamer, if you look at her top clips, none of them were gaming. Every single one was her walking away from the camera. I mean, I can't be the only one that forgot about this. Yeah, I mean, what are we doing? That's overreaching. It is. It's overreaching. It's crazy. And so that's what's really going on. Those are drawings, though, unlike the Valkyrie situation? Well, I didn't finish my point. So the point that I'm making is that it doesn't matter whether they're drawings or not, because when a person creates an ecosystem, like, for example, like, here's a interesting parallel. DSP, we all know Darkseid. There is an entire ecosystem that is larger than him that is about shitting on him, the whole detractor ecosystem. That ecosystem creates a feedback effect in his stream that makes the stream more negative and worse. So when these girls have a person like this that comes onto their platform that comes from these clips and is expecting this girl to be a hoe or talk about dildos all the time or talk about sex all the time, and they start asking for that because that's what the clips have been posting and that's what they think that they're going to get, then you have a problem. And I think that's what's clearly happened. It's a Gunnar death loop, yes. And I understand, again, that a lot of people you know, are not very sympathetic to this for numerous different reasons. A lot of people think that in a lot of cases, and I do have, I'll be honest, guys, I'll say it, I have a number of incel viewers. I do. But I don't only have incel viewers. I think there are some things that people are right about, some things they're not. And I think that this is one of those things where a little bit of compassion and a little bit of, you know, putting yourself in the shoes of another person and thinking about, again, those second and third order effects from this type of behavior, I think it will really help you understand why this is an issue. So yeah, that's it. You're incel light? Well, I don't know about that. I mean, I would say I'm all the way. But, I mean, maybe that's stolen valor. Who says this isn't the, though, who's to say this isn't the new version of OnlyFans link in bio? Yeah, they're exploiting incels, let incels exploit them back. I don't think they're exploiting incels. I don't like this mindset that men are, I really don't like the mindset that men are not able, or women are not able to control their behavior or their intentions. If you are a adult, and you are doing something because somebody else did something on the internet, you are accountable for your actions. Whether you're getting mad, you're really happy, you're donating, you're refunding, you are the adult, you have free will, you are making that choice. They prey on underage viewers, though. She said that she marked her stream 18+. So if she marks her stream 18+, and then somebody clicks I'm 18, I'm not going to go and have a fucking conniption fit about this when most of the porn websites do the exact same thing. So are we really going to act like this VTuber with a low-cut t-shirt is more of a problem than hardcore porn on Pornhub? What are we talking about? It's an absolutely, completely distorted values. So yeah, that's the way that I feel about this. Obviously, a lot of people are going to be, you know, I think kind of negative towards her, but I completely support her, and I can totally see her point of view. And I think that it's a huge issue, and I think that honestly, this is the tip of the iceberg. So yeah, that's it. I know a lot of you guys, some people are going to be unhappy about it, but that's how I feel, honestly. I'll be right back.
Trump is just funny. I don't give a what you think about him. That motherfucker is exciting. But that's the best part about America. In America, it don't matter who you choose, because we all gonna pay the price together. You don't want this one? Fine. Well, who's up next? Don't be complaining about who up next. Just because it happened to be Donald J. Darth Vader Trump. Ain't nobody funnier than this guy. It might look like he don't know what he do. He been president. This time he was not good. He been on for 200 days. He done done 200 things. He do his shit today and figure out what the fuck he just did tomorrow. He found out all you gotta do is think about it, research it, make it happen. And this term, he said, get research the fuck out of here. We will not be needing your service.
That's right.
If it makes sense to him, it makes sense.
He's so right about that one. Trump is the funniest president. Let's go.
I don't care who you vote for, like left, right, you know. It's just crazy to me that Trump, like, he got right to it. He wasn't even playing around. I thought we were gonna get like a month head start at least, you know. I didn't think he was gonna get it right. He was like, yo, as soon as I get in office, I'm getting rid of the immigrants. But I didn't think he was gonna do it like right away. You know, like when you get home and you're pulling into your driveway and you're thinking about everything you gotta do. You're like, yo, I gotta put in a load of laundry, take out the trash, clean up the kitchen a little bit. But you don't do it all like right away. You put on Netflix, you heat up a meal, you do things in between, you know, you take little breaks. But Trump, he didn't watch no Netflix, bro. He just...
Trump is not joking around at all.
How to speak Trump. Well, Saturday. Guess I should mow the grass. Trump translation.
We're gonna take care of the grass. It's that time of week. A lot of people take care of the grass on Saturdays. Some people do it other days. A lot of guys don't even take care of the grass. I do. I know all about the grass. I own a lot of grass. I have the greatest grass, and I know the best type. Some people are suggesting maybe we attack it militarily. We haven't discussed that fully. We have a lot of military technology that people don't know about that could eviscerate the grass. And I don't know if you heard about this in Springfield, Ohio. They're eating the grass. The people are eating the grass, which is disgusting, disgraceful. It's...
Man, this is so good. Best impression I've seen in a while.
He say you ain't never heard nobody say ever. Trump said, we are gonna build a wall and we gonna make Mexico pay for it.
Yes.
Black people all over the world went, Mexico? What type of Mexicans does he know? He must not know no essays or no vatos. You ain't finna make them do shit. Well, why the fuck is we talking about building a motherfucking wall and the Mexican people have shown us they are professional at building a tunnel on your motherfucking ass.
Honestly, he's not wrong about that one. That's what I thought as well.
Y'all see the president, well, the nigga that's running, Trump. This nigga done been shot, done went to jail, he done scammed people. And this nigga uncle, who the fuck? Who the hell? He's black. He's officially black now, bro. This is beautiful. They shot him. He was like, yeah, I'm having a fire. He was fine. He was doing like this and walked out with an American flag on him. Like this. He put one of these on the real nigga. Fuck me, I'm out of here.
Yes,
That's
sir.
hard, bro. I wasn't even finna vote. I'm voting now, dog. He got it. He had real ops. What the fuck? Joe Biden's biggest op is the stairs. That's it.
Trump is a badass.
I was at the 50th anniversary of Saturday Night Live a couple of weeks ago. I don't know if you know this, but they're kind of liberal over there.
Yeah.
And Robert De Niro was there. And I know that he hates Trump, you know, and I've been very pro-Trump. At the end of the show, we walk up and I'm behind him, and all of a sudden people push me a little bit, you know. So I'm directly behind De Niro, you know, and he turns around. Why? Trump is a schmuck. He makes you a schmuck. Schneider, I don't know why you could. I mean, it's just, I don't get it. He's making you a schmuck.
You're a schmuck, De Niro.
I just kept thinking, Robert De Niro knows who I am.
Nobody cares about what celebrities think anyways.
Trump don't follow nobody's rules. We done already seen what America could be like if they had a nice, sensible president. Now we finna see what America is like with a bully in that bitch. Trump don't give a fuck. The president's supposed to think of something, then talk about it with the Senate and the Congress, pass a bill, and then do it. Trump don't give a fuck. Trump sent off 50 missiles to Syria while he was in his bathroom with an Xbox One controller.
That's right. Trump is doing what's best for America, that's why.
I said, who's more woke, Americans or Brits?
Who's more woke? I would say probably the Brits at the moment. I think we're a little bit more woke than you right now. There's been something, I don't know if you keep up with the news, but there's been something of a vibe shift.
We won, guys, we won.
No, I think, no, this will interest you. Do you remember the guy that used to host The Apprentice? Remember the guy? I don't know if you ever watched the show. He used to be on The Apprentice. He had like I don't know if you've seen his new show. It's called The News. And it's quite something. If you like cliffhangers and what the fuck moments.
Trump is making news all over the place, I agree.
All progressive guys cross their legs like women. What they do, literally, it's a sign. It's I cross my legs. As I cross my leg, it'll hike up my top leg, pant leg, and it'll expose my colorful sock. And then you'll know where I'm at. By the way, you can watch them all. Watch Gavin Newsom. Watch them all. Watch them how they cross their legs, and then watch how Trump crosses his legs.
It's true.
He doesn't cross legs. He holds his legs wide open.
He puts a diamond in front of his testicles.
Right.
He sits like this every time.
So there's Trump with the diamond. His diamond, which accentuates his nutsack. And then you have Justin Trudeau signaling, I have no balls. I have no balls. I will sit in this position for 4 hours, cut off the circulation of my nutsack because I do not have balls, but I have colorful socks, so you know where I'm at. Ladies, gay community, you know where I stand. Look at my socks and watch me cross my legs like a chick.
Oh man, he's making a great point. If you're a man, you wear black or white socks only.
President Trump this week just did an executive order saying that boys can no longer play in girls' sports. That's it. That's it. Ladies, isn't it ironic that the biggest protector of women turned out to be the pussy grabber? Huh? Maybe the guy who grabs it knows how to protect it the best. Think about that? Think about that?
Trump knows how to protect women.
What do we think about Donald Trump? Well, Donald Trump is, there's a lot of negativity around Donald Trump. He is, for me, he's sort of like my spirit animal. I look at Donald Trump and I see a TV host who became president, and I dare to dream.
Trump is not just a TV host, come on.
Trump tomorrow is like, we're gonna put all the homeless people in concentration camps. We'd be like, let's give it a shot. Do like a pilot project. Just pick one city, like Portland. You have a lot of homeless? Alright, we'll stick to it. But the problem would be is then right after, it's a slippery slope, right? You walk around after all the homeless people will be taken away, you're like, this is pretty nice. Who else?
Oh no, what is he saying exactly? Anyways, too many homeless people. We gotta do something about it.
Let me just say, I think Donald Trump, if I may say, like, he said something interesting. I thought he said something like, give a man a fish, he'll eat for a day. Kick him out of the country, you never have to feed him again. I'm not sure if he said that.
That's actually a great saying.
They used to say, will your president be awake at 3 o'clock in the morning to answer the phone? If it rings, shit, yeah, our president is up. Our president is a vampire. That motherfucker sent 23 tweets at 12:30. What the f*** is you talking about? That motherfucker is on it. We gotta understand that time is over. Black people, we already had our time. We already had the first black president. Now it's time for the first flaming hot Cheeto president. So little orange boys and girls know that they too can make it. Your hair's fucked up, this is your president. I can do what I want with this hair. I can do anything. That's why for tonight's hair, I look like a civil rights leader, because that's what I need to be looking like to the polls. Trump got on that shit immediately. Day one, Trump was on his shit. He announced his motherfucking cabinet. It was Hitler, Satan, Darth Vader. God damn, Trump. What the fuck is you finna do?
You can tell Cat Williams loves Donald Trump. We all do.
I get the word, Trump wants your phone number. I'm like, wow, what's going on?
How long ago was this?
Last week. He goes, I need your phone number. And I go, okay. I go home that afternoon to take a nap, and I just fell asleep like 6 minutes in. I was in deep nap mode, and the phone rang, and I popped up. I didn't have my glasses on, so it's like I couldn't really see. And I go, hello? Hey, it's Mike August. I go, oh, God damn it. Like, it's so weird. They don't realize
the opposite of Donald.
He read and he signed it and like autographed it and sending it to me. Anyway, I was talking to my son, and I said to my son that night, I go, and this is what he sent me. I said to my son, I go, pretty crazy, right? Trump sent me a thing. And my son goes, yeah, it's kind of crazy. And then he goes, isn't he kind of busy right now?
I was just gonna say, he's got a little on his plate.
He is a pretty busy guy, yeah. And he goes, well, why would he carve out time to do this, considering
for him because they like him? Other people like worship that guy, you know? They worship him like he's a god. And I don't think Trump is Christ-like, but I think it'd be really funny if Christ was Trump-like. I could feed a lot of people with this fish. It's a big fish. It's a beautiful fish. It's a bronzino. There's the fish I've brought. It's a very delicate fish.
Now that would be funny.
It was halftime and we looked up and we saw Trump. I was with my buddy and I was like, we should just sneak up there and try to meet him. And we did. We got into his suite, which turns out it's pretty easy to get access to Donald Trump, which is probably why he keeps getting shot all the time. We just got right in there. But also I took a picture with him and I posted it and people got upset about that. What the hell? He's the president. If Osama bin Laden was in the suite, I would have been like, yeah, you're crazy. All right. But he's shaking hands with everybody. It's very funny. Trump does this thing whenever he meets somebody for the first time, even if he doesn't know him. He gives them like a crazy compliment. It's kind of nice. Like he got to the guy next to me and he was like, look at you, you're beautiful. And then he got to me and he was like, look at you, you're huge. I was like, thank you, Mr. President. But he shook my hand, he stood next to me. So I'm just, you know, I was at the end of the line, so there's no one else for him to shake hands with. So he's just standing next. I got to hear him breathe for like a minute. Just standing next to me, just. And then his daughter, Ivanka, walked over to us, which, by the way, so hot. She walked over, and it was halftime of the Super Bowl. I was hammered. I was like, hello. Your dad just said I was huge.
I would love to meet Donald Trump, honestly. We all do.
I had a good week, man. Fucking Trump called Tim Walz retarded. That made my week. That really did make my week. It made me feel, I mean, a lot of people, like, everything Trump does, I like. And it's, you know, and I just watch everybody being so upset. Like, he called that woman Piggy, and then I had to pretend, you know, like people, maybe not me, because I don't give a fuck and I don't have a job, but you guys had to go to your work and hear some liberal in the office and be like, can you believe mine? You're like, you're a fucking piggy too, bitch. You fucking.
Too many people have TDS now. It's crazy.
And do you remember, guys, in the 90s when politics wouldn't ruin people's marriages and family? Everyone says Trump's the first unpresidential president. I go, Trump's the first unpresident. Is that Kamala Harris? Well, I didn't mean what I said earlier. Well, that's what they say. Trump's the first unpresidential president. I'm like, where's your memory? When I was a kid in the 90s, my president was on TV every day trying to convince the world he didn't get sucked off under the desk in the Oval Office. This is not our first rodeo, America. I'm 9 years old. That was my after-school programming. I'd come home, turn on the TV. I did not fuck that woman. I
remember that. That was some crazy times. I agree.
I've never been into politics, but that last debate taught me a lot. I liked it. My favorite part of the debate was when Trump was like, first of all, I'm a beast at golf. He just started roasting Biden. He was like, bro, he can't even hit the ball more than 50 yards. That's such an immature thing to say. But Biden was even more childish. He responded with, yes, I can. Can too.
I want to see more debates with Trump. They are just too funny.
Of all the presidents, I think it's fair to say Donald Trump would be the funniest one to see get shot. Just because he'd be in the middle of a speech talking shit. Just, you're gay. The shooter would be coming out and be like, sit down, get down. What a loser, get down, sit down. But just the noise he would make when he got hit.
When he took out Soleimani or Soleimani or whatever, first time he was president, he had fun with that. He was on TV like, we took him out like a little chihuahua, right? We took him out so strong. We blew the roof off of his home, which was, I thought, wow, usually we go through the front door, you go knock, knock, but we went through the top, bing, bang, boom. And a baby. He was having a blast.
I don't remember Trump saying that at all.
Yeah, with Trump, supposedly he wanted that Peace Prize, but you can't ask for it. Peace Prize is like a nickname. It's got to just be given to you. You know, you can't be going around with, hey, everybody call me a big dick Johnny. Now, the Venezuela lady won it. That'd be funny when they gave it to her. Kanye shows up. He's like, actually, this is for Trump.
That would be absolutely hilarious.
I'm so tired of thinking that I support Donald Trump just because I think he's cool and I voted for him twice. Listen, guys. It's quite an accusation of me.
Don't judge a book by its cover.
Keep me out of this. Keep my name out your mouth.
Oh, man. I was not expecting that one at all.
I don't know if you saw this yet, but Trump's just announced he's considering, deporting Rosie O'Donnell. This is the entertainment I signed up for. As we know, no one governs shit. Just give me the fucking jokes. Give me the... Dude, he's gonna kick Rosie O'Donnell out of the country. That would be wild. We're gonna try to kick out Rosie. Fat pig, but she's... Little piggy, fat little piggy went to Ireland, right? So she can graze. They have so much grass. She needed more grass. They had the Emerald Island should get her the grass, that fat piggy. So we're gonna try to we'll see if it's in the Constitution.
Trump is the funniest president. Let me know if you agree or disagree in the comments. Thanks for watching, guys. I hope you enjoyed it, and click right there to watch the next one. Bye bye.
I'd like for you to talk to him.
Do you want me to talk to your ex-boyfriend?
How you doing, bud? I have been better. Robert Robertson, Blonde Blazer, and I have ended our relationship. Do you think there is someone else? Maybe she met a person. An actual person.
I kissed her.
Look, Phenomenon, I kiss Blazer.
Dude, what? Where's your other hand? I hope you're wearing a glove. Do you do this to the other guys? Everybody except Jose. Yeah, you shoved a stick up his ass.
Keep your hands up. Okay? Alright? I don't hear nothing. Let your dad fix that. Go over there and see your daddy. Let him fix that. Fix it. 1, 2, 3. What you crying for? Good. 1, 2, 3, 2. Yeah, you bring 1, 2. Okay. So you 1, 2. Some left until you say something. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. Run. Good. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Go around one together anyway. One mess up, everybody go. Everybody go. Go. Come here. What you crying about? Still don't know? Huh? Go fast. You know why you're crying? What's up? Why you crying? Good. Why did he do that? You know why he hit you in the eye? Because you didn't have your hands up. You understand? 1, 2, 3. He's trying to teach you why your hands need to be up. Good. So next time, if he hits you with the phone, it won't hit you in the eye because your hand will be up. You understand? Good. 1, 2, 3. Put your hands up. I hit you in the face. Now put your hand back up. Come on. Your hand is there to block that shot. You understand? That's why you got hit in the eye. What you gonna do with his hand? Say something. What you gonna do with his hand? You gonna put it up now, right? So that way you don't get hit in the eye. You understand? That's why you got hit in the eye. He wants you to learn to put your hand up so you can protect yourself. You was crying, right? Show me you mad. Here you go. Put your hands up. Hand up. Hand up. Boom. There you go. All right, now I want you to block a shot. I'm finna try to hit you, okay? You ready? Boom. All right, now throw a punch. Throw a punch. Throw a punch. Boom. Boom. Good job. Hand up. Boom. There you go. Throw a punch. Boom. Boom. There you go. Hand up. Boom. Throw a punch. Boom. Boom. There you go. Boom. 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 There you go. Boom. Here we go. Boom. Boom. There you go. That's why you got hit in the eye. He wants you to learn to protect yourself, okay? You all good now? You want a hug? Alrighty. Alright, go back and train. Go ahead.
Keep your hands up. Okay? All right?